Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It is great to be back with you guys. I've missed you all so very much. Today, everybody, we are going to be basically kind of catching up on some stuff because I've been gone for a couple days, but I'm back now, and that's what matters, and so are you. I'm excited to be back with you guys. We're going to talk about a little bit of everything, I'm thinking. Open discussion, of course. Everybody's welcome to talk about their feelings and stuff as well. And I am here for it, folks. I missed you guys so very much. As I said, I don't know if I'll be joined tonight by anybody or not. There's a possibility. There's a possibility that we won't. We'll see what happens. The most important thing is that we're here together. And I missed y'all so very much. Let's do this thing, folks. And let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And who is this lovely lady next to me? How are you today? Can you hear me?
Where have you been? Yeah, can you hear me now that I'm not muted?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. Where have I been? I've been,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's only been what? Was I here Sunday? I was here Sunday.
Oh,
I think it was Sunday. I don't know.
you
It
weren't
seems
here
like a long
Sunday.
time. You
We had a
sure?
whole manhunt. There's a whole active manhunt going on.
Oh, that's right. I wasn't here Sunday. That's right. No, I had a, well, I had a whole family thing Sunday, as always. Everybody was here Sunday. My entire family was weird. They all just showed up for no reason. There was nothing special going on. They just showed up. Yesterday, I had a lot of stuff. We're trying to shut the pole down and all that crazy stuff and disconnect this and disconnect that and clean up my garage and move this and move that. I was busy all day long. And I was gonna do something last night and I just got to be too late. And I was
Forget.
reading, I'm sorry.
I get it. I forget you have to shut the pool down up yonder.
Yeah. I do. Um yes I do. I do. But besides that, then yesterday, like I said, I was just all day, and then I got to reading some stuff about that stuff going on everywhere, and then I went to check, and guess what? It was way late. It's like, well, okay, I'm not gonna drag these people in here. I didn't expect to see many people in here anyway, and so. But there was a bunch of stuff that's been. I mean, Bullhorn Betty went to court. There's a manhunt going on, which I have missed out on. I'm usually all over those. I just couldn't. I couldn't. I wanted to be on that because I got a message from you. Thank you, by the way, about it. I think Sunday night, Saturday
Should
night,
have been Saturday.
Saturday night. Yeah,
Hmm.
and it was. I had already done my live Saturday, and I'm like, it's late. I should have jumped back. I was exhausted Saturday though. Like the week before, burnt me out. Like all the crap that had gone on and all the bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
I was completely burnt out. And like my head, I actually kind of needed a day or so, I think, to decompress and
Recuperate.
then decompress again. So, but there's a few things I figured, and then of course there's some stuff, a little bit of stuff going on in Idaho. So we're gonna catch up with all the other stuff first, and I think Idaho will be the last thing we talk about. So, just saying. But thank you for asking where I was in a caring way. I appreciate that very much.
I made you a missing milk carton.
You did?
Did you see it in the chat?
I didn't see it yet.
Yep.
Well, look. In the Discord, you said?
That's way up there. Yeah, I'll send it to you because you'll dig forever. Because we were lonely without you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's see. Sorry, Mom. Give me 1 second. I was just trying to fix something there. And
I sent it to him, Jeff. Good to see you, by the way.
Oh, shit. That is hilarious. I loves it. I loves it. Let's see here, folks. When you was eating your breakfast and you was pouring your cereal, did you see that on the milk carton? Check it out. That's cute. I love it. And the face that I'm making, it almost looks like, yeah, I'm missing. What are you going to do about it? Do you know what I mean? Anyway, that's cute, Mom. Thanks. I love it. This little.
Yeah, Molly had brought up that Sebastian doesn't have like a flyer per se that has like the things that he enjoys on it, not a missing flyer. Because that is one thing I haven't done in his cases. I haven't made him a missing flyer. Generally, I only make those for ones that don't have an official flyer. But I put together a flyer for him with just his likes and, the correct tip line that should be contacted and things like that.
Yes, that's big. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage.
I made that while I was in my editor.
That's awesome. Did you put it out anywhere?
Yeah, I'll send it to you. It's on Twitter and
I would love to see it.
It's on my community wall on Facebook.
Good evening, Mr. Arctic.
Hey.
How are you, sir?
Hello.
I am exhausted, and I'm a true brother when I come up on your panel after I just got finished doing a 2-hour live on my channel. So
yes, you are, my friend, especially considering part of what our topic is. And yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate that. If we get to it, me or him, I didn't either.
No,
why am I not getting? I don't get notifications from anybody. I don't get them when you go live either, Mom.
I haven't been live in 2 months.
That would explain why I haven't gotten it in 2 months. That makes sense.
I was going to go live over this manhunt, but I've been supporting Bobby.
Yeah. I haven't been live Saturday night, and I haven't seen anything. I don't get any notice when Arctic actually does a live. I get alerts on his videos, and I watch those because you put them out too, via like Twitter and Discord and stuff like that. But I don't ever get his live notifications, which pisses me off. What did you cover, Mr. Fox, my friend?
Oh, I covered about 40 cold cases, and I covered about 20 current cases out of Virginia, Tennessee, and the Carolinas.
And you're not sleeping right now?
No, I'm good.
Well, thank you for joining us after all that. And for those of you that weren't there today for that, you need to be there for the next one. And you can do that if you click this little link right here that Doodlebug threw up there, so that you can run on over there to the Fox's Den, where Mr. Arctic Fox is doing his live streams and checking out his videos, if you will. Please, pretty please.
There is a video that I would like for you to play that I put out today, if you don't mind, because the family reached out to me. This case is not getting any coverage This dude went missing. His wife was supposed to take a lie detector test, evaded taking the lie detector test, conveniently went into rehab the day that the husband went missing. And the next thing you know, she's shacking up with someone else. She hasn't helped look for this man or anything else. And the case isn't getting any coverage at all. And it's from my state.
I can absolutely do that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It should be the most recent video that I dropped on my channel besides the live.
Okay. I will get that here in a minute. Absolutely. Thank you for bringing it up. I will check it out. Let's see who we got here real quick. First and foremost, looks like we got 47 beautiful people in here, 24 likes, guys. Let's try to make that match and get this in an algorithm if we can. First and foremost, we got my doodle bug in the house. Good to see you, Duty. Good to have you here. Alicia J, welcome back to you. Mr. Bry Guy himself, Brian Rambles in the house. Good to see you. Miss Kel, absolutely positively grateful to see you tonight. Arctic Fox, of course, sitting up here next to me. Brandy B, the OG's in the house. Great to see you back again, Miss Brandy. Thank you to the Blue Crew for joining me tonight, because everybody knows I could not, would not, nor should not ever try to do this without any of y'all, because you guys make it happen, and thank you very much for that. Miss Barbara Hall in the house. Lovely Miss Barbara. Thank you for joining us tonight, my dear. We appreciate you very much. It is great to have you here. Good gracious almighty. Miss Brandy B, a member for 19 months. Brandy's been with me way longer than that, guys. We're going on 48 months that she's been with me. 36 months, I'm sorry. But member of this channel since I started this part of this channel for 19 months. That's awesome, Brandy. God bless, and thank you so much for being part of this family, this community for so very long. We love you. Thank you again. That's awesome. 19 months. Arctic's been in here for 5 months. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you very much for that as well. And we are grateful to have you, first off, as part of the Blue Crew, and mostly as being part of this awesome family in this community. We appreciate you and love you very much, my friend. Where was I? There it is. 5 months. Seems like it's been longer than that, though. It's weird. Let me see. Who else did I see in here? Miss Kel. Little Skunk, hello to you. I see who you are. I know who you are. Miss Terry Martin, hello and welcome back. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Get a look. See, I see ya. Thank you for joining us. Welcome back, Miss Bianca, and thank you for subbing to Arctic Fox. If you had not, I appreciate that very much. We got another great channel to throw up here too. Mina Monsters. This lovely lady sitting next to me, Mom. That is her channel there. For that link, guys, go check it out. You will not be disappointed. I sound like an auctioneer. Sorry, I'm talking so fast. Please go check out, subscribe if you haven't to that channel as well. Beautiful, amazing people up here with me, guys. Two of the best creators I've ever met. Advocates as well. I don't want to mess that up, Mom. I'm sorry. I know how you feel about some of that stuff. So thank you again for everything you both do and for being here with me tonight. I appreciate you very, very much. Walt Harris in the house. Welcome, my friend. In Stitches, great to see you again as well. Little Skunk. I love that name. Sergeant Friday. What is going on, my friend? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. With the YA News Network. For short, Your Ass Hurts News Network, for everybody who doesn't get it. Jeffrey. Good to see you, Jeffrey. Thank you for joining us tonight, sir. Appreciate you very much. Leslie and Billy, always a pleasure to have you and good to see you. Thomas Sharp, thank you for joining us tonight as well. Encyclopedia of True Crime and the Unknown. That's pretty awesome. Welcome to you. I love seeing new faces and new names. Let's see. Miss Kel, I already said hello, but you get it twice. Miss Elizabeth Lander, hello. I need to let you know what's up. I'm sorry. I will just ask, and I will let you know what's up. Taylor with Stitching, Bitchin', and more. Hello. Welcome back to you. Alicia J. Let me see here. You've been doing that since I started with that music, Jeff. I'd like to hear what you do with it. If you put a solo behind it or something, I bet it would sound good. One of these nights, when I do my music nights, I'll have to have you join me for it. And if you wouldn't mind playing, I should say. I'd love to hear it. Miss Molly. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you. Nacho. Nacho what? Welcome to you. 12 Gauge investigates. Did I hear that it was 12 Gauge's birthday here relatively recently? Did I hear that somewhere? Somebody please tell me if I'm correct. Welcome to the house, Drama Destroyer. I wish we could bounce you around all over the platform here and see what you could do. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Come on in. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in and have a conversation with Mom, Arctic, and me. Yes, I'm a dork, folks. I'm a huge dork, and I don't care. I like to rhyme. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Momster. Mom's always got cool t-shirts on. I love them.
I love t-shirts. It's my jam.
I collect t-shirts. I've got 4 drawers packed full. They're compressed of nothing but t-shirts. I just love them. I even have... It don't fit me anymore. Otherwise, I'd be wearing it. I have 2. I have one that looks like a shirt and tie, like just a suit, and then I have one that has a bow tie. It looks like a tuxedo. I tried them. Awesome. I might fit into them soon, but I'd like to wear those in here like I'm business casual. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Jilly Bean, hello and welcome back to you.
Mullet. It's for cool.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So was that correct? Was it 12 Gauge's birthday?
I think I seen the video.
Officer Smellgood in the house. Good to see you, my friend. And if the rest of the gentlemen on duty are watching tonight, hello, all of you, and thank you for your service.
My sister made some really, really cool, like, because I messaged them. Well, whenever all this crap happened, you know, they live right down the road. I don't want to put their direct location out, but they live right down the road from this. And, like, not going to use the language I used, but it was not, hey, be safe. Like, I was very serious when I sent out my mass text messages to everybody that lives up there. And me and her were talking, and she made some tumblers like the one I sent you, but they're like for service, like firemen and police officers and stuff like that. I was really proud of her to see that. Really made my heart smile.
Absolutely. That's awesome. Yeah, Sarge Smellgood, our friends at Doodles that she brought here that work for the, I can't remember what county it is, but sheriff's department. And he told me that Doodle got them all watching us now. So,
guys, please keep Kentucky in your prayers right now. One of the creators on YouTube, her name's Cold Case Crystal. She's from that area where the maniac's on the loose, has been running around shooting up people. And I honestly don't believe he's still in Kentucky. There's been so much misinformation put out at the beginning of that case. That guy probably got on a 4-wheeler, hightailed it out. There's so many trails, caves, everything there. There's 1,000 places he could have hid. And they stopped searching after dark, so that gives him time to make his getaway, which makes no sense to me. I mean,
that's when they move. When I was covering Cavalcante's case, these people sleep during the day because they hide out under something and get down in the ground, and they sleep during the day and they go out at night when they can't be seen. That's exactly the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why would you stop at night? You know,
because of the terrain. So where Cavalcante was running around at was a lot of flatlands. So where that is, like I said, I've spent time up there. I lived up there. My dad lives right down the road. My son lives up there. Like, I have video of him actually at the campground that's close to where it happened, but it's got my kid's face in it, and it's not Minnie, it's my younger son, and I don't want to put his face out here for these people, or I'd show you guys what it looks like. But you've got like caves, and it's like it's hills and mountains and valleys and lots and lots of trees. So the reason why they stop searching at night is because they don't want to put law enforcement or searchers out there, because they're just sitting ducks. If this guy has another weapon.
The thing of it is they're telling everyone that area is safe and this and that. I don't know if they canceled schools today. I think they did on Monday. if I was living in that area, I wouldn't be sending my kids to school with that guy on the loose. Who knows what he's capable of?
No, I told mine not to even go to the store. He's in his 20s, and I told him, I said, don't even go to the store. I don't want you going to the store. You DoorDash whatever you need. Don't leave the house. And my dad, all three of my sisters, all the same thing. Don't go outside. Like, don't do it until they get this guy. Do not go outside.
For those of you that aren't familiar, which I'm sure most of you are, they were calling him the I-75 shooter. He was his name is Joseph Couch. He went and bought an assault rifle, my understanding is, and if I'm wrong, I'll be corrected. I know. And he went and set up on a perch and started shooting at people on I-75 in Kentucky, out of London, Kentucky, and dropped the rifle and off he went. That was how many days ago now? 3 days ago?
3 or 4. Yeah. And he had been in trouble before for terroristic threatening. And so he's on the loose out there. How he was able to acquire 1,000 rounds or 10,000 rounds, whatever it was, of ammunition and the assault rifle, I do not know. But it tells me that we have some serious issues going on if he was able to get a hold of it that easily.
Because there's a huge flea market in London. And like the way the laws are in Kentucky is if you buy a weapon or, bullets from an individual, like somebody individual at the flea market, you don't have a 3-day cooldown or nothing like that because you're buying from person to person. You're not buying from a pawn shop or a gun store or something like that. So you don't have that cooldown period. It's just like me selling the neighbor a gun.
So basically, it goes back to the point that I've made several times. It should be harder to buy a gun than it is to buy a fucking pack of M&Ms in this country.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, and there's several vendors up there too. So, and like this is a huge flea market. I mean, like massive. Like, I've been there many, many a times. We used to go every weekend when I was younger. And you can buy from a combine to a pig from there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just
we have a couple flea markets like that here where you can get anything. You can buy a box of cereal, a gun, cement, a combine. Like Mom just said, we have a few of those here.
And the gun thing, all in the same place.
My issue with this, and I go along with what Arctic was saying in a sense. My issue with all of this is with all the shootings we have. There was just another one in Nebraska today, I think it was. JC told me about a school shooting. With all that stuff happening almost daily now, it should almost be impossible to buy a gun, in my opinion. Almost impossible unless you go through a rigorous background check, this and that and everything else, and it has to be registered. You should have to do some form of a
gun safety course.
Yeah, any of that stuff. Here in Ohio, we don't have any laws anymore. You can carry a gun anywhere you want. So
I'm all for people having guns to hunt and to protect themselves and all of that jazz. Okay, got nothing against that at all. But it's easier for a person to get a gun than it is for them to get a driver's license to drive a car, and that is wrong in my opinion. And there's people out there open carrying. They don't really have to take any classes. They're just walking around with a gun strapped to their hip like it's the Old West, and they don't have to do anything in certain states to just open carry. Some states, you just can freely open carry.
Right here. We can do that. You can walk down the street, and a police car can drive past you, and they may stop you if they choose to, but they do. Now, here's the thing. If you have, I own, I have my own stuff. But the thing is if you have previously had issues with things, terroristic threats and things like that, you should even be able to say the word gun, let alone go buy one. That's what I'm saying. If you've ever been convicted of anything, accused of anything like that, even charged with anything like that, there should be a hold time on it, is what I mean. I just don't understand how it's so easy nowadays. I mean, other than buying things off the street, I get that, or personal, private sales and stuff like that. There just needs to be a little bit more of a background check done on some of this stuff. Now, there are people that have had rigorous background checks done, and they pass them. and they still end up doing these things. So that's what I'm saying with the issue. What's up, Twiz? Good to see you tonight, bud. So I'm just saying, yeah, we're talking about the manhunt in Kentucky, guys. I'm going to show something real quick because a lot of people, I think some people still don't know about it, but True Seeker, hello. Mocha's in the house now. Good to see you. Giraffe Lover, hello and welcome back to you. Good to see you tonight. There, like I said, I know there's people that I know personally from where I grew up at that definitely should not own a gun, and they have them. That's why it makes me nervous, because you just don't know what's going to happen. So it's gone so far that 2 teachers in my son's high school now carry guns, if that'll tell you anything, and they're allowed. They had to take special classes and stuff now for that, and I'm like, wow, okay. Go ahead,
and I'll tell you something else that bothers me is, like, here in Arkansas, I don't know about other states, but they're sitting there confiscating the kids' phones as they enter the school and stuff. And when you've got these school shootings going on, those kids need those phones. A lot of times that's how the authorities get alerted, is because a kid dials 911. I'm not necessarily on board with teachers arming themselves, because it's not their job. They don't get paid enough to have to arm themselves and protect the classrooms and stuff. And honestly, when law enforcement shows up and you've got several people holding guns, how are they to know who the bad guy really is? That's the issue that I have with it.
That can be dangerous. I agree with you. I absolutely, especially in a heated situation where things can happen, mistakes can be put out. You know what I mean? It's very dangerous. Yes, I do agree with that. It's just I never would have imagined 25 years ago being in this situation today, ever. I mean, this was something, guys, that happened like once every now and again, like once a year, if even that sometimes. And now it's like daily. It's ridiculous. Welcome, Tomboy. Good to see you tonight, dear. Just saying. Rose in the house. Good to see you. My high school that I went to, they were putting metal detectors in when I was leaving high school. Welcome, Sunshine. Good to see you tonight. So yeah, they have metal detectors on every door you walk through. The high school I went to was rough. It was really rough. And there were people that had guns taken from them in school when I was in school, which is when they started putting the metal detectors in. Knives, guns. The cell phone thing, I got to agree with him on. I'm a little nervous about that too. I mean, if you're like, my high school was huge. We had, like, I think my graduating class had like almost 500 people. Okay. Huge. If you're in one part of this school and you happen to see somebody that comes in that is holding guns, you have the ability as a student to pick up the phone and dial 911 right then and there. But if you don't have a phone, what's the option? There isn't one. You could have started things happening right then and there, rather than that person getting through that whole school by some chance and taking out multiple people if you were the first to see him. I'm just saying, I think that's a bit dangerous. That's all I'm saying. I don't know, Walt. He came out after I did. He did get into trouble after that, though, in the city. I do know that much. He had guns in the back of his vehicle. That's why he got in all sorts of trouble. Welcome, Phil Biggs. Good to see you tonight. Brutally honest in the house. The phone thing, like, I understand in classroom, it's a distraction. I got that, guy. It's a catch-22 nowadays because of the situations that we have going on. It's very hard to look at it this. I mean, I would rather my son be safe, have the ability to have that phone, than to have it taken away from him when he comes into school. I disagree with that because of emergency situations. But at the same time, I don't want him being distracted when he's in class, because he's already distracted with his issues, So it's a catch-22 in my opinion. It really is. I agree with what Arctic said about it, but I also feel that I can slightly agree with the reason why they may do it. I just don't think I think there's got to be another way to do that. There's got to be another way they can work out a way to do that.
I understand why they're doing it, but from my perspective, I would rather my child be a little distracted and alive than get the call that I've got to plan his funeral.
That's it. Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to you guys. Exactly. That's exactly how I feel about that. This is what is going on in society, you guys. It's crazy. It really is. Yeah, Walt, he has actually cleaned himself up a lot, and he's started some very good things for communities. And is doing good now. I agree with you on that one. Let me see here. That we do have, like I said, my school had 3 armed local police officers, 1 per floor. And they had other, what they called the I guess security guards, but they were basically teachers that had special training. And whenever there was a certain code put out over the loudspeaker, they would all come together in that area. My son, that's where I went to school. My son's school has 1 resource officer, uniformed police officer. It's a deputy sheriff. And then there's 2 teachers that I believe, from my understanding, now carry, and they have special training. And there's 3 other teachers, I believe, 2 teachers and an assistant principal that are specially trained to help in those situations now as well. Every teacher has a radio now in his school, like a walkie. Everybody has a walkie on them now. Every teacher. It's weird, but I guess it's good because depending on where they're at in the building, they can report to each other that way. So I think the communication is good now, but you just don't know. My son last year, I think I told some of you guys about, there was a girl that called in a B threat, or I think I can say it, but a bomb threat. And they locked down school for 2 days over this because the way it came through, they brought in the squad, they brought in SWAT, all this other stuff. And she was threatening because of another person. And I've heard of kids doing this just to get out of school. This was a little more serious. And she was charged as an adult for this and got federal charges put against her because of what it was all about, because they're not playing with it anymore. So, you know, it's just a dangerous situation all the way around. 100%. Every bit of it.
And when it comes to the school shootings, a lot of it is because these kids get bullied. They report the bullying. The teachers don't do anything the fuck about it. And when they finally lose it and they try to defend themselves, they're the ones that get in trouble. They're the ones that get put on suspension and shit. So, you know, they have their fill of it. And I think that's the cause of a lot of these school shootings. These teachers and principals and school administrators, they need to do their fucking jobs and put a stop to all the bullying that's going on in these schools.
Amen to that one. And I hear all the time, my son's school has said this, and the school I went to, where my other kids went to, okay, before we moved out here, we're a 0 tolerance school. Well, guys, I'm going to tell you, the way that I have seen these things happen, truly, let me see here. I'm going to have to say that when they come out and say, we're a 0 tolerance school, bullshit. Because my son has been bullied his entire school life, from 1st grade all the way through till this year. They don't do it anymore this year, but he still gets like comments made to him. They don't come at him though, because he's huge now, and they just don't come at him that way. And I've told my son the whole time, I taught all of my children, you don't ever start a fight. You don't ever swing first. You don't ever do any of that. You mind your own business. If somebody messes with you, you try to go to somebody. They've always done that. If somebody hits you first, you're better damn well defend yourself. And he did, you know, but Caden don't like to hurt people. He was just like me. He doesn't want to hit somebody. He doesn't want to hurt somebody. And he's always been afraid to get in trouble. Last year, he had this kid that I watched on the video. Thank God for the cameras. I got called to the school because he got suspended for 1 day. And I said, for what? Well, he was in a bit of a fight. And I said, okay. I was there like seconds. And I sat down and they said, all right, this is what we saw. And they were on his side, the whole administration. And I'll tell you why. My son sat down at lunch with his tray. He was by himself. And this other child kept coming over. He sat down in front of him and kept messing with him and saying things and poking at him and this and that. Caden slid down. The kid slid down. Caden moved to a different table. The kid moved to a different table. Just kept nitpicking. You could watch through the whole video, and Caden just didn't say a word, didn't do anything, just kept eating. Finished his lunch. he stood up and he walked over. They have their trays that they put their food on, and then there's a giant garbage can that they all dump their things, and then they set their tray over here. The kid came up behind him as he was dumping his tray, and I think he yanked on his hair or something weird. My son dropped the tray, turned around and grabbed the kid and threw him into the fucking garbage can, head first. I started laughing, and isn't that how that happened?
I picked him up, threw him into the garbage can. He hit his garbage can, and I kicked the garbage can. My science teacher stopped the other teacher from stop me.
And then he kicked the other garbage can, or he kicked the garbage can after he flipped the kid into the garbage can. And then some other teacher went to grab my son, and another Caden's science teacher was watching the whole thing, I guess, because he's a lunchroom monitor, and stopped the other teacher and said, "Let it go." So they went to the office. I watched the whole thing on video. The resource officer, the principal, the assistant principal, that science teacher, and some other teacher was in there. Everybody snickered when they watched this happen, because this kid's just a little punk. He does this to people all the time. And his parents, when they were called, I was sitting in the office. The kid had been telling, because this kid bothered my son all year last year. This kid had been telling his parents that my son was picking on him. My son don't pick on anybody, okay? And I heard his mother in the background, "Well, it's about time that somebody does something about this Caden kid, this and that." And the resource officer spoke up and said, "No, ma'am, your son has been instigating this the entire school year. I've seen it multiple times." And she shut up. And that was the end of it. And the kid never bothered him after that. So it is what it is. And I was proud of him. I've never pushed my children to be that way or to do things like that, but I was proud of him because he didn't hit the kid, but the kid had him so amped out over all that bullshit that he just did one of these deals, and there he went. So be it. It was funny to me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh at that stuff, but.
And the bullying's not just an issue because of the gun violence and stuff. I mean, look how many kids we have seen take their lives because they've been bullied for being gay or for being trans or for whatever the case may be. And a lot of that is the parents. I mean, if you've got a parent sharing all these memes and shit all over Facebook about how, being gay is wrong and this and that and the other shit and being hateful about shit, they learn from the adults. I mean, it is what it is. These parents need to be held responsible for their kids' actions, and that goes for the gun shit too. I'm glad they prosecuted the father of that 14-year-old punk in that school shooting. I'm glad they're starting to prosecute the parents, because if you can't be a responsible gun owner, if you can't keep your shit locked up away from your kids, then you don't need to have a fucking gun anyway.
Accountability, 100%. My kids never had access to my stuff. It was always very well locked down, protected. They never had, even if they chose to do that, which they wouldn't, they didn't have that option. And it's all about taking accountability as a parent, okay? You need to stop letting cell phones and video games and computers babysit your kids and be a parent to your children. I've said that forever, because the kids have no guidance. Not all of them. We do have some very good parents and some very good kids, but there's no guidance. There's no training, no home training, for lack of better terms. I call it that because that's what it seems to be. Kids don't have manners anymore. I've never seen so many disrespectful kids in my life. Where I used to live at when I lived in the city, this kid used to cut through on his bike in my neighbor's yard all the time, and it was an older man. And this old man, he would tell him, "Hey, stay on the sidewalk, stay on the sidewalk, stay on the sidewalk." And he was very proud of his yard. This kid did this to him. Every time the guy would say something like, "What the hell?" I wanted to yank the kid off of his bike, but he was like 12 years old. They don't teach these kids. Well, I think maybe some parents do. I think a lot of it is fear. There's no fear of consequence. They're not afraid of anything anymore. They're not afraid of the police. They're not afraid of their parents. A lot of people aren't, because law enforcement can't do anything to children at all. And the kids know that nowadays. And then the schools teach these kids, well, don't let this person do that, and don't let this person do this, and don't do this, and don't do that, and so on and so. Hold on, guys.
Zero respect for any of us, and I hate the new generation. I'm sorry, not to be disrespectful, but they're ignorant, and
it's not all of them, Caden.
But at the same time, you need to respect the elderly and your parents and the teachers that.
Well, that's the problem, is there's none of that, and at all. he's even saying that, and he's 18 years old. You know what I mean? It's crazy. I don't know. It is one of them things, and maybe it'll change, maybe it won't. But I think that's part of the problem when it comes to the. I'm not saying it has anything to do with the Kentucky thing, guys. The school shootings and stuff like that, like Arctic says, the bullying, the not fitting in. When I was in school, they were teasing kids about their clothing and their shoes. If you didn't have, expensive shoes or Nike shoes or whatever, and you wore shoes from Walmart, you got picked on. Or if your clothes came from a certain place, you got picked on. If you looked dirty, you got picked on. I mean, it was ridiculous. Then, 35, 40 years ago, it still goes on now. And it shouldn't. I don't understand it. I don't. No, we definitely don't want the guns taken. Hey, Paula. We definitely don't want the guns taken up. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that. So anyway, I'm rambling again. My apologies. Let me run this here real quick for you guys that may not have seen any of this, just to get a real quick once over. I guess this is the area that this Kentucky State Police helicopter. This is the area that they've been searching for this guy in. It was like a needle in a haystack, I'm guessing. I can't imagine that he would still be in the Kentucky area, like Arctic said earlier. At this point in time, with as many days as it's been, it would be smart for him to be gone. But again,
news, getting an update out of Kentucky of the suspected gunman accused of shooting 5 people on the highway, still on the loose. Let's listen on live now.
In our post area, we did have a shooting that occurred.
This was put out 3 hours ago. Again, I think this is just a re-release.
We have detained one person.
What'd you say, Mom?
What'd you say, Mom? A bunch of stuff.
Okay, thank you, dear.
I sent you a bunch of stuff.
Thank you very much. Very much.
We do have one deceased. This has nothing to do with what occurred in Laurel County. I want to continue to say, and I told you yesterday, there's complaints that happen all around us in all our communities, all the counties that we work, the little municipalities, and we're going to continue to investigate these complaints. And if it's another post area, we'll help another post. If another post has to come and help us, or a sheriff's department, or a small agency, we're going to continue to work together to not just solve crimes here in Laurel County, but other jurisdictions as well. And we'll get started. The Kentucky State Police continues to assist the Laurel County Sheriff's Office with the manhunt of Joseph A. Couch. We're going on 72 hours of this manhunt. We remain committed to resolving this situation as swift and safely as possible. We extend our sincerely gratitude to all the community partners, first responders, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies such as Fish and Wildlife, Federal Forestry Service, ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshal Service, elected officials, and also churches and local organizations that has helped us to feed us, to make sure we got plenty of stuff to drink, and all the other agencies that are helping us that sometimes don't get named, like the sheriff's departments and the city police from outside of our jurisdiction here. But I want to give a big thanks to the London City Police. The London City Police has went way above and beyond. This did not happen or occur in the city limits of London, but this is their community. This is their people. And I want to thank them and their officers. They went way and above and beyond to help us answer calls out in the county. And they've done a great and remarkable job in helping in this situation. And their public affairs officer, me and him and Deputy Archado, we've worked well together, passing on information. I want to thank them. I'm sure I'm leaving people out, but I want to thank everybody. I'm proud to be a Kentuckian. I'm proud to be the public affairs officer from the London State Police Post. And I hope that I'm making people feel at ease. And it's hard. It's hard when people are so at fear right now that there's probably somebody out there. But I know my fellow officers and troopers and all the other people, they're working their guts out to try to find this Mr. Couch and bring us to an end. But I just want to give another thanks. I want to thank, we've had outside agencies give us access to more aircraft. So we've got, several more helicopters in the air and technology. We got the ATF and the FBI and the Marshal Services, and we've got other entities from way off from us that are in contact with us to bring their equipment here to try and help locate Mr. Couch. So I want to thank them. I want to thank the people for being patient. I know you see all this stuff on Facebook, good or bad, but people are really behind us and supporting us. They're really supporting their neighbor. They're really looking out for each other. And we want to thank them for doing that. And we encourage them to continue to check on their neighbor, to check on the elderly person that don't have somebody regularly coming to their house. Make sure you hear from them daily. Make sure you're being vigilant when you go home, that you're checking maybe your camera, your Ring camera. You're checking your security system before you go to the house. Make sure somebody didn't cross through your yard that shouldn't be. Make sure your lights are on. Make sure your cell phones are charged. Make sure if you pick up the phone, you can contact and communicate with somebody. We would like you, if you're in that area, to maybe suspend your activities. And we talked about a little bit yesterday about going out and hunting, like deer hunting or maybe coon hunting at night. Stay away from those areas. Don't be riding ATVs in those areas. Don't be hiking and canoeing down close to the Rockcastle River. Give us some time to see if we can locate Mr. Couch in this national forest.
Has there been, because I haven't been able to find one anywhere, and there probably isn't, but has there been any form of a motive put out there other than like what Arctic said earlier, that he's previously made some comments and stuff?
No, there hasn't been a motive, but I've got a screenshot where he had sent a text message, and of course her name's out there now. I'm not going to use her name out of respect, to his ex-wife telling her that he was fixing to kill a bunch of people and then unalive himself.
Is that the interview from it's Knox County man says suspect in I-75 mass shooting threatened to kill? Is that interview there?
I have a screenshot from a news report.
Okay.
I don't remember where it came from. I was gathering information and on the phone with family, and it was all.
Is your family, everybody, and safe and away from that area, or?
No, they live in the area, but everybody's safe. They're locked and loaded, and all the properties are covered in cameras. So
good. All right, I got some other stuff to show you guys on this too, about kind of what Mom just said. Thank you for sending me that stuff as well. I will finish this presser up real quick. Like I said, this is new 4 hours ago now, but just giving the update on everything going on. Excuse me.
No, it wasn't road rage. That's what they said when it first happened. They tried to say it was road rage. They also tried to say that there were 4 shooters altogether when it first started. So a lot of misinformation got put out from the jump, and that gave this guy more time to try to make his run for it. And then when they're stopping, looking at night for the guy, he's got time to make more progress to try to get out of the state of Kentucky under the fall of night. I'm telling you, there's no telling where he may be now. He may not even be in Kentucky. He could have crossed the line into a number of different states.
Yeah, he could be here in Ohio at this point. I don't know how far from the Cincinnati area that this was. I'm not very familiar with Kentucky. But Cincinnati crosses into Kentucky over a bridge you're in. It's right there. So
just off the top of my head, it's probably about 2.5 hours, because where this happened, you're an hour and 45 minutes from Lexington.
Right.
So it's another, 45 minutes? I mean, depending on if you take the back roads or the highway to Cincinnati.
Yeah. And here's the thing, guys. We don't know if anybody's been taken hostage, vehicles that have been stolen, anything that could have happened throughout the night when they're not looking for this guy. I'm sure they have roadblocks set up and this and that and everything else. I'm sure they're doing the best they can to keep an eye on him, but they can't. If they're not doing anything at night, they're not going to see everything. You know what I mean? That's the kind of stuff that makes me nervous. That's when they should be on him, and they should be kind of taking a break during the day, or adding more agencies to the hunt and doing both, in my opinion, I should say. So,
thank you guys, SRP Impala. I was just off the top of my head driving down the highway and then up to Lexington and around and estimating times.
Right. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, he could be anywhere. He could be in Alabama. He could be in Ohio. He could be anywhere. I mean, it's been 72 hours, he just said. You could be anywhere. He could be anywhere. Depends on transportation and what has happened, what has conspired with all that kind of stuff. It's just one of them things, guys. And that's, I don't, from what I can tell, they're centering in on this one area. How do you know he's still there? You know what I mean?
You got to think this is 75 too. 75 comes all the way to me.
Yeah, it goes and it goes the other direction too. So just saying, it could be anywhere, absolutely anywhere. And there's no way that they can, while they're looking for him, they can't watch everything going on in the freeways and any of that stuff. So, Terry said, when did they stop believing there were multiple shooters?
There was a lot going on. So one of the 911 calls was a gentleman, and there was a black van that was pulled off the side of the road. And when he made the 911 call, he actually realizes during the call that his wife was shot, and he thought that the person in the van and someone else was shooting as well. So that's kind of how the multiple shooter thing happened. And this is in the middle of the interstate. So you had, people were panicking and franticking and calling family, and you have several YouTubers that live in that area. So you had people that were, trying to just gather any kind of information that they could get a hold of. And I think there's TikTokers too that are in the area.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Welcome, Dragonfly.
TikTok.
All right, let's see what else. This is him, by the way, for those of you that didn't catch that. His name is Joseph Couch.
Forest. Y'all saw photos. I've sent you videos. This is not a small area, and this is not like going across the road and looking in the woods and finding somebody. This is the National Forest. This is thousands and thousands of acres where Mr. Couch could have went, and we have no evidence at this time that Mr. Couch has left there. We have answered thousands of complaints, not only in this area, other counties, other states, and all over the state of Kentucky. If a complaint comes in, we're going to investigate it. We want those complaints to come in because we never know the smallest little tip what it's going to lead to. So please, the citizens of Kentucky and Laurel County and Rockhouse County, continue to call us and give us this information. We're going to come out and investigate it. None of it's came to tuition at this time. Nothing's came true, but the next one might. The next one might. So keep calling them in, and we're going to investigate them. And as the search, if it gets broader, it just gets broader. If we have to take it somewhere else, and technology takes it somewhere else, we're going to investigate it. But at this time, there's nothing that we have came up with to say Mr. Couch has left those woods. There's nothing to say he's got in a car. There's so many people that's got eyes on this investigation around the world that by now we should have got a pretty good tip that he has exited the woods. We have not got that. So our main focus is to remain in those woods until we find him. And some people say, well, what if he's not alive anymore? Well, we're going to stay in the woods till we find him. And, that's our job. If he's dead or alive, it's our job to try to find him. And that's what we're going to do. I want to thank you all, the media. Y'all have been great. I asked you once yesterday about emailing and texting and calling. Keep doing it. I will try my best to get back with you. I can't get back to all of you, but I will try to get back to you on a timely manner. Maybe it's just a little text to tell you, hey, we got a meeting here at 3 o'clock or what we're going to do. And I know you have people that come in and relieve you all that maybe not get that information, but just give them my number and I will do my best to keep them informed of what's going on. But you all have done an excellent job. I mean, we don't want this publicity in Laurel County. We don't want this. We want you to pack up and go home to your families. We want to go home to our families. But we couldn't do it without you all. So thank you all again for helping us with our jobs. And let me reiterate, the Kentucky State Police is here for the manhunt and the capture and apprehension of Mr. Couch. So at this time, I'll open it up for any questions for me. And if you have anything involving the criminal part of this investigation, you can ask the sheriff or anybody on this stage if you have a question for them. But this time I'll answer any questions that you have.
Well, I know you don't know this yet, but
yes,
given what you do know, what are the odds he's dead or alive in your opinion?
Well, my opinion doesn't count. I have 10,000 opinions and it changes daily. You know, it was a lot hotter today. I hope he doesn't have water. I hope he doesn't have food. And I hope he's wore out and eventually he'll walk out of them woods. That's what I hope happens, and we'll let the judicial system handle him as they seem fit, and everybody goes home safely to their families.
The note said he planned to kill himself. What do you make of that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If he is dead, do you believe that would make it easier for you guys to find him quicker than if he was alive, or how does that work?
Well, if it continues to be hot outside and he has passed away, you know, nature takes care of itself. I mean, you can see a lot of things from the air, and a lot of times buzzards start to fly. And if your body is decaying out there, that could help in this investigation. And not saying that it will happen, but that's human life. It's a revolving. That stuff happens. Just like an animal that passes away in the woods.
You're not aware of the...
Yes, ma'am.
How is Fish and Wildlife helping you?
You know, there is a river down there, and it's not way up, but it is up pretty good, and they've got access to boats and stuff like that. And they've got technology too. You know, they're constantly in the woods, and they have technology that we're using, plus just boots on the ground. You know, relieving our troopers and our deputies that are, you know, if I took off walking out here and walked a mile, I'd be a little out of breath. But I took off walking here and it's straight up and straight down, and I'm falling over rocks and through, you know, briars and thickets. It's a little different kind of walk. So just having the manpower to relieve somebody, you know, they've helped tremendously, along with all the other agencies.
You're not aware of the text that he supposedly sent that said he planned to kill a lot of people, at least try, and then kill himself?
I am aware of that. That's something that the sheriff, I asked you at the beginning, the sheriff would have to explain on that stuff. I'm here for the apprehension and the manhunt, but you can't ask that question to the sheriff.
Yeah, I was just trying to see what you guys make of that, if you thought he was serious about that, what that tells you about state of mind. Can anybody address that part of it?
We are aware of that, but like I say, this is a continuing investigation, and that's been collected and handed over to the proper authorities to go through phones and stuff. And really right now, we can't elaborate a whole lot on the evidence that's been collected.
Can you tell us anything about if you've been to his home and collected anything from his computer, or if any of that gave you any kind of clue as to what his state of mind is, where he might be, or what his intention might be?
I can tell you that we have been to the home and evidence has been collected, but I can't elaborate no further on that, sir.
Do you still believe he acted alone?
At this time, we have no reason to believe otherwise. It's still being investigated. As the investigation continues, I'm sure new leads will develop, but at this time, just him.
In terms of the tracking, have you guys been able to use dogs, and can you tell us what kind of help that's been to you, if that's provided anything that has been helpful at all?
Thank you. Yes, sir. We have used several canine dogs, not only in our agency, but outside agencies, they've came in and they have helped with this. And, you know, when it comes to a point in time, you know, we have people that want to volunteer. We got to make sure that they're proper, make sure they're equipped, make sure, you know, we just can't put somebody out there because I got a good bloodhound and they're climbing up in the woods and they get hurt. You know, we got to put people that are trained for this and trained for this terrain. We don't want to make another tragedy out of something. So we have to make sure the right people come to assist us. Now we'll take all the help we can get. It's got to be the right help.
Speaking of help, can you talk about the reward essentially quadrupling since this began?
You know, we have Crime Stoppers in Laurel County that has donated quite a bit of funding for this, and we've had a lot of private donors. I think in this community and surrounding communities that have donated money. Some want to stay anonymous, and that's their right. But we thank them because, you know, somebody might have a tip they just don't want to tell us, and maybe, you know, $25,000 will help them with that tip. And you know, if that tip is great, you know, Crime Stoppers will help them. And we've also had other Crime Stoppers like Bluegrass Crime Stoppers that has helped us spread the word, you know, because he might not be in our community. He might have got out of here. And you never know, somebody might see him somewhere in another town, and that's why we're investigating those other tips at other locations.
Have you guys gotten any credible tips that have assisted with either the search or investigation?
We have got a lot of tips that are still under investigation that we are looking into, and this stuff comes in fast. I mean, it's moving fast, and we have, you know, the ATF and the Secret Service, and not the Secret Service, but U.S. Marshals and ATF. You know, they're using their computer software stuff and trying to figure out technology, where information is and stuff like that. So information is going so broad, so fast, and just collecting it all together to help in this investigation. Where that leads to, you know, say he has got out of the woods, you know, like everybody wanted to know yesterday, has he got in a car and drove off? You know, we want to find out if he made contact with somebody. And at this time, none of those have led anywhere.
In a previous presser, you had mentioned that you can't rule out if he has another weapon. Have you been able to figure out what, if any, weapons are registered in his name that he might have with him?
At this time, I do not know that if he has another weapon. You know, the ATF has ran him to see if he how many weapons he has purchased or has in his name, and we don't know. You know, he could have borrowed a weapon or found a weapon. You know, we don't know that right now. We know he committed a harsh, cruel act of violence, and we got to consider him armed and dangerous until we locate him.
Do you know, did he, at the time, between the time he sent the text and he actually went out, do you know what that timeline was? Did he have was this planned ahead, or was it just right off the cuff?
I will refer to the sheriff on that part.
You repeat that, sir?
I was just wondering, how much time between the time he sent the text and actually went out and did it? Was there any pre-planning, or was it the time he sent the text and the time when
we have that down to the minute, but I'd really rather not discuss that at this time just because of the continuing investigation.
Is there any indication he took provisions with him or planned for a longer stay in the woods that you've been able to find so far?
We have received information that we have checked on. We really can't confirm that at this time. You know, there's several pieces that we have investigated, and we've recovered a lot of things, a lot of different things that's pertinent in the investigation that I can't reveal to you. That's about all I can tell you right now at this point.
Do you think search should continue to cancel as the manhunt continues?
I'm sorry?
Do you think schools should continue to cancel as the manhunt continues?
Well, you know, they've chose to, and that's strictly, I've spoken to a lot of superintendents and personnel at the different schools, and they've chose to do that just as a safety precaution. You know, we can't advise as Scotty said yesterday, we can't advise the superintendents on what action to take. That's solely up to them. A lot of businesses maybe, they're doing outside drive-throughs only and locking the doors, and that's just a precaution. If anybody wants to take a precaution, that's really left up to them. We're not putting nothing out on it.
Has Suntrust come across anything, even if any footprints in fire, anything like that at all?
Well, the first night of the shooting and the next day, we did locate items that the sheriff's department and them had collected, and some of those items it's part of the evidence, but it's also some of the reasons we're still remaining in the woods, because we have nothing to say, hey, let's go outside of the woods, because we think that's where he's at due to some of that evidence. Now, I can't get into the evidence that was collected or found, but we're going to stay in there until we find him, until stuff takes us to another direction. And I believe the citizens, if we just packed up the citizens of Lower River Road and Rockcastle County, they expect us to stay there as long as we can until we come to resolve to find, Mr. Couch, or till we prove that he is no longer there. And, that's why we do this job, is to protect the citizens.
Sir, is there anything new in the last 24 hours?
Do what, ma'am?
Is there anything new that you have uncovered over the last 24 hours since you last spoke?
In the investigation part of it, I can't answer to that. The sheriff's department's done a great job. They're working with us and our partners. I think the technology that we've got that's been coming to us, and the use of the more helicopters, we're going over a more vast area and more drones coming there. You got to look, you get a drone, oh, it's fancy. Well, drone only lasts about an hour or so up in the woods, and when you're covering such a big area and that battery don't last long, you have to bring it in and charge it. And just like a helicopter, you got to bring it in and get fuel in it. And at nighttime, it's not safe to have, officers in the woods tromping around when they can't even see, 5 feet in front of them. I've sent video out, you've seen, and that's probably a very minute video of really where they're going. I mean, that's, they didn't have the pictures of the cliffs and the fall offs and stuff. So it's, we're in a short period, and especially with our helicopters, if you know that area, if you drive through there in the morning, from about 10:30, there's fog. It's a real thick fog area. So us getting up in the air at certain times, our time's crunched a little bit, but we're going to take all the help we can get, and we're going to continue to try to locate Mr. Couch until something tells us we need to go a different direction. And I want to continue to thank you all. Y'all have asked great questions, and some of them, we can't answer because it's part of the investigation, but some of them we can. And we want you to relay this stuff to the communities. And if I can answer anything else, I will. If not, we'll conclude this interview.
Do you have any estimation of how much ground you all covered? You say it's this huge area. Do you know how much you've, I don't want to say cleared, but
Well, our ground teams, there's like snails. They're going very slowly to make sure they don't leave anything unturned. It might be a tree that's knocked over and doesn't look right the way it's knocked over, or something, a piece of trash on the ground, or candy bar wrapper, anything like that. I mean, we have to collect those, and because that might be part of the evidence. The helicopter, now, they can get up and they can look at a large distance. And, the drones, not as much as a helicopter, but we cover a lot of ground with the helicopters.
Can you tell us about any of the technology on those helicopters? Are they using that FLIR, that body heat, that sort of thing? And this time of year, do the leaves interfere with that, or have it been helpful?
Well, right now, like you said it, the leaves, it's real thick. It's not really got cold enough to the leaves start, falling right now. So it's very green. It's like a jungle. Like I said, it's pretty thick out there. So they do have some hard times looking down, but we've got several, we have spotters up there that are constantly looking. Now they'll see every animal in the world, running around. We're just waiting to see somebody else that don't look like an animal running around. And the FLIR system helps. I mean, it helps with the body heat at nighttime. So, and that's another thing. A lot of people say, hey, you ain't got boots on the ground, or our boots are on the ground. Our troopers, trust me, our deputies, trust me, they're in the woods. They are wore out. You ought to see them when they come in, they're wringing wet. They are on the ground walking through these jungles and in every imaginable terrain that you could think of. And you've seen it. You've seen the aerial. You've seen some of the walking. It's not an easy task, and they're doing that to make this community safer. And at nighttime, our helicopters are flying. They can FLIR. They're looking for heat sources. So if we see a heat source and that heat source moving slowly, or, if it's moving really, really fast, it's probably a deer or something like that. But if it's moving slowly, they're going to try their best to now start tracking that heat source and getting troopers and deputies to that area where they find that heat source.
How long do you plan on expending this much resources on this search? I mean, at some point, I'm sure it gets to be unsustainable.
Well, we'll keep going until we're told otherwise, or until we can find Mr. Couch, or until something leads us in another direction.
So that's the newest presser there. I don't know, you guys. Based on his note and this and that, here's the thing I'm wondering. If he was deceased, like if he took his own life, if they have dogs, I'm sure that it came upon him already if he took his own life because of him not moving at that point, I would think. I don't know that terrain, though.
Necessarily. You're talking about a massive area. And depending on how well trained he is, if he is, and it's still allegedly military, or if he's just a country boy, like, you have to take that into effect that up there, well, I mean, up there where you are, I'm here down here. So up there where you are, you're trained to survive in the woods. You're trained to hunt. You're trained to garden. You're trained to, survival skills are something that you're taught as a child. Mm-hmm. And if he was taught the old ways, he took the cell phone battery out. And a lot of people I've been seeing in chats are, why did he take the cell phone battery out? So a cell phone battery with a charge and a wire is all you need to start a fire.
Right. And
that's
that
all
way
you
they
need.
can't track him either. Right.
And if he's a hunter of any kind, it's not hard. There's game everywhere. You're talking about bears, mountain lions, coyotes, and he said buzzards. So up there, and Paula can back me up, we have turkey vultures. And don't take away from the fact that these suckers are huge and they do fly into your window, but
we have them too, and they're monstrous.
If he's out there, those turkey vultures are going to start circling that area, and they're going to be a real good sign that he's out there. But there's also bear up there.
Yeah. And mountain lions too, from my understanding.
Mountain lion, you got bobcats, you got coyotes. Right. I mean, just all kinds of stuff that wants to eat you. That's not including the snakes that are up there.
Sure. And one of the main things they teach you in the Army Reserves, military, Army, any of that, is survival. And that's one of the biggest things. So if he was in the Army in any way, shape, or form, reserves, any of it, he knows how to survive out in them woods, period. And he could stay in there for the next month without having to step out once. Heat, no heat, whatever. And it's starting to cool down a little bit, but not much.
My son said it was in the 40s the other night. And if he's in that park, he's up in the hills, which that's all hills up there, but he's up in the main part of the hills where you got hills and you got valleys and you got, so but there's caves everywhere. I sent you a bunch of stuff and it shows like the caves and stuff in the area too. So, I mean, if he's got any kind of country bringing up, a cave is a home.
Absolutely.
And what are they going to do? A drone, a chopper? They're going to see through the rock?
Nope.
Because you're not talking about rocks. You're talking about a ledge with a cave inside of it.
And that's what I'm saying. He can get inside there during the day and sleep, hide out at nighttime, get out and start tracking again and moving forward wherever he's going, 100%. And they're not seeing him. So this is the area. I just threw this up real quick to show you the area, how far away, there's Cincinnati right there, what I was talking about. So it's not too far. There's Lexington. Daniel Boone National Forest is monstrous. It's huge. So he could, he could be just about anywhere, guys, because there's West Virginia, there's Ohio. Just saying, he could be anywhere. But if they're saying that he's still in them woods and he ain't come out of them woods, that's probably where he's going to stay then, because he knows what they're doing. He knows he can see what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's just it's a mess. And I pray to God that I don't see the dog bounty hunter goes after this guy either, because it's not going to do any good. It just needs to stop with that stuff. Like, they need real professionals with him to get him out of there as fast as possible so that nobody gets hurt. Okay, so here's the clip Mom was talking about. I'll start showing you some of the stuff. I kind of figured this was the first thing I was going to cover, and then we'll move on to other stuff when we get through all this. Shortly before opening fire on unsuspecting travelers on Interstate 75, Joseph Couch sent a chilling text to his ex-wife pledging, "I'm going to kill a lot of people." He added, "Well, I'm going to try at least." Couch sent a follow-up text, "I'll kill myself afterwards." The stunning details emerged Monday, and affidavits released by authorities connected to criminal charges slapped on a 32-year-old man. The documents were reviewed by the Herald Leader. So there's that.
I couldn't see it.
It is. Sorry, guys. I thought I was on. Sorry, I didn't hit the last button there, but there it is. And if that's what he chooses to do, that's fine. But I don't think that's happened at this point, because I think they'd have probably, it could have, but like the officer just said, with the heat still rolling during the day and stuff like that, at some point there's going to be a smell that's going to pop up, and they'll start looking for that kind of thing too. But meanwhile, until that happens, or if that ever happens, they have to look for this guy like he's armed, dangerous, and still moving. So, Arctic. Just saying. So there's that. Let me see what else we got here. There's a better look at the guy. As soon as I show it to you this time, instead of not hitting the button. There he is. He looks young, but he was born in 92. There's the vehicle they recovered. He's 5'10", 154 pounds, so he's not a real big guy, other than height, So he could crouch into small places and hide because he's skinny. You know what I mean? Again, if anybody sees this guy somewhere, 32. Thank you, Alicia. I couldn't find his my mathing is not very quick. Sorry. Laurel County 911 606-878-7000 or the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Do not try to approach this guy. Do not even say something to him. If you see him or have anything, just don't, please. Welcome, Stormy. Good to see you. It's not going to help you guys, and it's not going to, it could turn into a hostage situation. It could turn into multiple different things. It could be bad. So just stay away. Call 911 and move on. That's all you got to do. So that is what he looks like. Better look. Let me see here. This is what I was talking about, Mom. 1 second here.
I don't know. I've flooded you. I've got so much. I've gathered everything I could find for days now.
Oh, absolutely. All right, let's check this out here. Hopefully there's some volume somewhere. Here it is. What is going on with this? Liver.
Do you struggle with belly fat and nothing works to keep it off?
Of course I do.
I've got news for you, because no matter how many times you've heard,
come on, skip it.
Exercise more. Diet and exercise won't work well if you have this problem. This problem is a growing silent epidemic. Over 1 million Americans have it.
I'm talking about an overworked liver. If you have an overworked liver, you'll pile on pounds of belly fat no matter what you do. That's because your liver is your body fat's burning furnace. It's essential for fat metabolism. If your liver is overworked, even if you can count every calorie, work out regularly, every cell will work. But the good news is it doesn't have to.
Okay. I think I figured it out. Hold on. All right, let's see what we got.
You're going to have an echo.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to shut it off here. 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
The manhunt in southern Kentucky did serve some time in jail earlier this year. Joseph Couch was arrested after his neighbor swore out a warrant against him. That neighbor says it was over a threat, and he's talking to us about what took place. WKYT's Phil Pendleton spoke to him and has more.
A Knox County man says he had no trouble with Joseph Couch when he moved into his home in the Gray community a few years ago.
He was a very quiet person. Like I said, up until this past February, he did socialize with us. He would say hi. He would let his son come over here.
The neighbor who wanted his identity concealed says something changed in February of this year. Says Couch threw a rock at his dog and got upset when confronted about it.
Next thing I know, the man goes in his house, comes back out, and me and my 9-year-old are standing at a man with an AR pointed at us and said the next time that he would shoot us and the dog.
The warrant does not state the weapon was pointed at them, and a Knox County deputy says the charges would have been different had it stated that. Regardless, Couch was arrested and did serve some time in jail.
Even after the threatening to shoot me an incident and everything else, I still tried to make peace with him.
How did he get the gun back then? If he did something like that, that should have taken the gun from him right there. In my opinion.
Well, the gun that he used on the interstate was one he bought that morning.
So then, okay, so maybe they did take the gun from him. Welcome, Mystic and Paige. Good to see you. But still, wouldn't you have to go through a little well, the way you explained it, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense then. Makes sense. Interesting. Okay.
Couch's neighbor tells us that this dog was injured during the incident. He says that the dog was then found dead several days later, found in a fence row. He says he's not sure if the dog died the result of the rock throwing incident or if something else happened. The neighbor says Couch's behavior had been odd over the past few months leading up to the situation that happened Saturday on the interstate.
I can't even speculate why he did what he did or what pushed him to do what he did.
He says it's simply a very unfortunate situation for everyone and feels for Couch's family as well. We've had to deal with all of this. In Knox County, Phil Pendleton, WKYT.
Officials said the terroristic threatening charges were later dropped because the victim did not appear in court, but the neighbor tells us he was never made aware of a court date to come to.
Your home plumbing.
So there's a possibility that could have prevented this, maybe, but well, damn. Let's see what else Mom sent me.
And terroristic threatening up there is just like a slap on the wrist.
Yeah.
You can threaten to put a girl in a locker in high school and end up in juvenile court with terroristic threatening. Just saying.
Well, especially if it's not followed through with. I mean, that's not helping. It's not helping. So this here, these photos were shared by the mayor, I guess, and it says it's a large, dense, wooded region with numerous caves scattered throughout. That's like a playground for somebody that's got survival training.
Yep.
They can hide anywhere in there, guys, especially at night. You ain't gonna see shit.
And like even the kids, like if I don't know where Minnie is, but I can have him tell you that when they were young, we would go and take them walking on trails. And this is where my kids grew up, was in this kind of terrain. They grew up in Nashville, but it's the same kind of terrain. If you go out Brick Church Pike, it looks a lot like it does up in eastern Kentucky. I mean, and you can click on each one. It should make them bigger.
Yeah, I mean, that's nice little caves there. That's shelter for him. He could stay in there. He can make that a home for the next month if they don't get to him by then. Easily. Yeah, that's definitely very hard to. I mean, look at the rock size and sides of the rocks and cliffs. That's you can't just walk through there like nothing, guys. That's going to be hard to get through, and especially what law enforcement has to wear and all that kind of stuff. That's going to be hard. Crazy. Thanks, Mom, for that. The only trails in the area he ran into are deer trails. It is very, very dense. Thank you, Paula. Yeah, I mean, I could see just from looking at those.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Mom said, there's all kinds of trails, there's caves, there's a million places he could be hiding. Now, if he does pass away from heat, yeah, the vultures are going to start to circle. The dogs should be able to pick up his scent if they bring in cadaver dogs at that point. So, you know what? Our best bet is that old boy has killed himself or he's passed away from heat, and that way they can find him. Because I don't really hold a lot of faith in these yahoos out there that they're going to locate him alive.
Yeah.
And that's if he's even still out there. Like I said, I don't think he's still in Kentucky, honestly.
No, it makes sense. Do you know, Mom, if there's any like water sources out through there?
Yeah. Yeah, there's water everywhere up there. There's springs. I mean, there's water all over the place.
That's another
There's
thing
a river that runs through there too.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, if he doesn't have water, at some point he's gonna dehydrate due to heat, like Arctic was saying, but if he's got springs and rivers that he can jump into or drink out of, I mean, that's gonna. Look how dense this is, you guys. Yeah, I mean, you can barely see through where you're going. That's crazy. This guy could be laid down right now, depending on what he's wearing, right in front of these people, and they won't see him.
My old man thinks he's in a ghillie suit. He's got a whole conspiracy idea going.
I mean, he could be. 100% he could be. If he had military training, 100% he could be. And look, if this was premeditated by any means, which I have a tendency to think it was, I'm sure he was prepared to do what he's doing right now. And that's hide in this brush and the thicket of all this. Ghillie suit, camouflage, that's all you need. Lay down, bury yourself under the leaves, and don't move. Since the charge was dismissed, it did not show up on the background check when he purchased the gun at a natural gunshot. Ellie said in a press conference they had the receipt and background paperwork. Aha. Good point, Bobby. So if
was that the first gun?
I guess.
Because if he bought a gun, if he bought a gun at a gun shop, there's a 3-day hold. There's a 3-day cooldown before you can walk out with it.
So did he?
I know I've bought several weapons in Kentucky.
That's what Ohio had that too before, but I don't think we do anymore. But did he wait the 3 days then, pick up the gun, and off he went?
I mean, that's possible, but why would it have been worded that he bought the gun and the ammo that morning?
Yeah.
And 1,000 rounds ain't as much as everybody. You got to think 1,000 rounds is not that much. And if it took him 30 or 40 to hit 12 cars,
right,
then clearly he's not a good shot.
Yeah, because he only got, he hit up to 5 people, but thank God only one of them is gone, sadly. So yeah, this is the area that this man is traversing through right now, folks, as we speak. And as you can tell, it's very, very dense. Going to be very hard to see anybody or anything.
Them hills and hollers ain't no joke. That's what I'm thinking, Paula, because if you think where my thought range went was if he bought it that morning, the only place that I can think of in that area where you can just walk up and buy a weapon like that is the flea market in London.
Bobby said that the police said that they have the receipt from the gun shop in the background paperwork. So
I wonder which gun that is, though. Is that the one that he had that he went after the neighbor with? Because I think that was 2023. Or is that this most current one that they found?
So did he have two? Well, he left one at the scene. Did he have both of those guns, possibly, and then left the one and took off with the other one, maybe?
It's very possible. I mean, how the individual sellers? There's no telling. They're looking at the legal standpoint of it. They're looking at how many does he have in his name.
Right. Ellie clearly stated they had the paperwork and the gun was purchased that morning. They also stated they recovered most of the ammo. Oh, sorry.
That's good. That's what I was wondering. I work all day, guys, so I miss some stuff. So I appreciate everybody's input.
I thought that they said one person. Was I wrong about that? If I am, my apologies. I thought I had heard them say that one person was deceased.
No, not that I've heard.
Okay, then good.
Yeah,
good.
Heard that either. Now, there were reports coming in when it first started that he had killed a couple of people, but they later cleared that up. Several went to the hospital, but no one's succumbed to their injuries as far as I know.
Good, because I had heard somebody was shot in the face, and which I think was a ricochet shot, and a couple other different places on the body from what I followed via the news.
Face, the arm, and the chest is what's been released.
Yeah. Well, again, folks, that's the area right there. Imagine that's probably another reason. Again, it would be very dangerous for law enforcement unless they found a way to flood this out and light it up, like bright light it up. They're not going to be able to see through that shit at night. Flashlights or not. That's like a jungle, folks. I was kind of thinking, like, why did he call it a jungle? But look at it. It looks like a damn jungle, truly. And with those cliffs and caves and all that, hell, that guy could be anywhere in there. Again, go ahead.
When the kids went camping a couple months ago up there, and that area in the park, they didn't have no signal, and it was driving me insane. Like literally, I was literally going nuts. Some of the mods will tell you I was in
scare the hell out
Discord,
of you, right?
like about ready to lose my damn mind. And they come into town, and as soon as they hit town, they were like, "Mom, we're okay," and start sending me pictures and videos and stuff. And I'm like, dude. You guys could have went to town and got water or something and let me know y'all was okay.
Sure. Is that where the girlfriend got bit by the spider?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. That wasn't good. Brian, I see you. Is this the guy Molly said from Woodbine, Kentucky? I'm not sure where he was from, Molly. Welcome, Siggy.
I'm not sure what county Woodbine is. I think he's from Knox County.
Knox County. I don't know anything about Kentucky, but yeah, that's what I heard. Let me see if I got that. And we have this too. This stuff is all via Twitter. Well, at least there's some form of a reward. But again, I don't know that that's going to do any good. Do not approach.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 35,000 now.
Okay. I'm starting to wonder if he did possibly take his own life out there in the woods somewhere, and in a cave under something. And if that's the case, it's going to take a minute to find him. But those turkey vultures and birds and the dogs, and eventually that smell is going to hit something. So hopefully, that's like Arctic said, that's the only thing we can really hope for. Or that he gets to the point where he can't stand it anymore, either because of the heat or the cold, dehydration or hunger. Well, this dude, if he's got survival training, he could sit in there and eat plants and rocks and survive, or tree bark and survive. They know that. I know for a fact because my son went in the military and was trained how to do that kind of crap with eating certain types of tree bark and plants and actually you can actually go and dig in the dirt and eat certain things out of there too.
Just and there's wild greens. There's wild greens that grow up there.
Right.
And ginger, you can eat ginger. It's not going to taste very good, but it grows up there too. And like you got wild collard, we call them collard greens. I don't know what normal folk call them, but they grow wild too.
Yeah, collard greens, right. And there's berries on some of them plants and stuff. And they teach these guys this stuff. Bugs. Yeah, there's certain bugs you can eat. You can dig grubs out of the ground and eat those for protein and stuff like that. I know it's gross, but it's fact. Just saying. So, okay, 25,000 for information leading to the capture. This was the last post, September 10th today. So, okay, maybe they upped it again another 10,000. Either way, they're gonna. I have faith that they're gonna get him, but when and how, I'm not sure.
I know they said in one presser they prefer to take him alive, but
of course, so he would be tried and prosecuted for what he's done.
I don't know if I was a bear surgeon, I would care.
I'm just Jim Dandy with him unaliving himself and saving us taxpayers the cost of a trial and housing him for the rest of his life. So,
well, there's that too. Part. Well, here's the
that
thing,
part, because they passed that law where if he is deemed to be mentally unstable, they can't do the DP on him in Kentucky anymore.
Well, if nobody has become deceased over this, it's just going to be attempted murder. He may not even get that kind of a charge put against him then. I mean, or that kind of a sentence for what he did, which is even worse because if they put this guy in prison for 35 years or whatever, what if he gets out and decides, okay, I didn't do it the first time, let's do it again? I can't imagine that they would let somebody like this out, probably lock him down in a mental hospital maybe, but still. Those are the things that get me. Thank you, Molly. Again, this is the area here. Pittsburgh, this is around your region somewhere, Walt. And there's 75. You guys see where it goes. This is where it stated that he was fun. It's 22 miles from where he lived to that area. So, and I have his address and all the other stuff already. So, thanks, Molly. Again. Okay, and there's the water sources. Thank you, Molly, once again. Molly, the map maker. I swear to God, this girl can do anything she wants with a map, and then some.
Molly, you're going to have to, you need to lay off a little bit, or otherwise you're going to take Gray Hughes' job away from him.
I'm glad I didn't have my coffee.
I put mine down if you didn't notice because it almost came out. That was good. Yeah, okay, so if he's in the Boone National Forest, okay, Daniel Boone, you got that waterway there. Well, of course, the Cumberland River runs that way. We have over here Mount Victory's right there. I mean, Jesus. Beaver Creek. It's all down through here. This is nothing but woods. Like, that's like a needle in a haystack, 100%. Gray Hughes, he does the same thing with maps, Molly. He's not as good as you are, in my opinion, but he's definitely a map person. Why did he leave the gun? That's a good point, Doodle. I was going to ask that question myself. Okay, let me ask you, Doodle, being, retired law enforcement, why would you think somebody like this would leave the gun there? Is it too much to carry if you're running through the woods, you think? Or, I mean, you could sling it to your back and move it like nothing. Why would you leave the only form of defense you have if you've done something like this? It's a little weird to me. Or, if there's bears or anything else in there, you got to defend yourself.
Well, you got to think it's just my opinion, it's an AR. So what if he had something smaller on him that maybe would fit on his hip?
Mm-hmm.
With a large enough caliber that a bear would at least go away.
Well, a lot of these shooters, they do carry more than one gun, usually a couple times, or a few of them I've heard where they're carrying multiple rifles, handguns as well. If he's got a rucksack or a backpack or something like that he's carrying these things in, you don't know. But he could have had something on his hip. I never got to see if they had any kind of video of this guy. Probably not because of the way he did it, but
I can almost
there's video of the interstate, but it's like people that were in their cars.
Yeah.
Well, I can almost assure you with him leaving that AR behind that he did have a smaller gun that he has with him. I can't imagine him taking off unarmed after the crime that he committed. That If he did, he does belong in a mental institution because he is completely insane.
And also, if he was gonna unalive himself, how? You know what I mean? You need to have something. I would imagine at least a pistol, handgun of some sort, because that makes sense. Welcome, Miss Zelda. Good to see you tonight. Totally loaded with 4.12224 bullets. I don't know what you're saying, Brian. I just sent a post that came across my Facebook from local. Didn't send the name. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me check. Did you send it email or Discord, Miss Paula? Where is Miss Paula?
We were all worried to death about Paula in Discord.
Why?
Because she's up there in that area.
Oh.
Yeah, we was all tagging her.
Okay, so this is from today, Miss Paula. So Todd picked up a guy this morning at a gas station in Otterbein. He said he needed to go downtown Otterbein and go to his friend's house on a secretive road that lays on 100 acres. Todd got a horrible vibe from him and told him to get out of his car. He dropped him off by the post office in Otterbein. Then he saw this come across his Facebook and instantly called me saying he swears on everything that it was this guy. He called Kentucky police and they are investigating it to get a hold of Otterbein police. Todd isn't the kind of person to overreact or be scared, but he said this guy definitely scared him and gave him a sick gut feeling. Police be careful out there just in case. Todd was okay, I'm not going to say that because I can't say it, but I'm not going to say it anyway. So where is that compared to where this all went down at? Otterbein or Bein? Otter, B-E-I-N?
I don't know. I don't recognize Otterbein, but you got to think there's towns up there called Flat Rock and Paint Lick.
What'd you say?
Flat Rock and Paint Lick. I'm not kidding
I thought
you.
we had some interesting towns. We got a town up here called Toadsuck.
That's good shit. Yeah, I used to have a friend that lived in Paint Lick. We used to go up there and target.
You gotta stop saying that, Paint Lick, and what Jesus.
Yeah, Flat Rock's right outside of Paint Lick, and then we're the other side we got Beaver Dam and Possum Trot.
Possum Trot, okay.
Mm-hmm. Paducah is my hometown, and it's halfway between Possum Trot and Monkey's Eyebrow.
Did you just say Monkey's Eyebrow?
I did.
That's a real name?
Yes, and you got to go through around the Devil's Elbow to get there. I'm not kidding you. I'm 100%. Y'all know I ain't got no reason to lie to you. You ain't got no badge on. You ain't wearing no robe.
Of course, my favorite town name is Climax, Colorado, where everyone's coming.
I got to get my damn soundboard fixed so that when he's in here, I can put effects after everything he says. Christ. Washington has a city called Tillicum. Oh, my God. I thought we were bad. Otterbein, Turtle Creek Township, Ohio. That's where that was? We do have a Turtle Creek here. Climax, Michigan. We have a place called Fart Junction down in Southern Ohio. I think it was named that. I don't think that's a real name, but Stan, I've heard of it. Fart Junction, because it smells down there all the time because of their wells, I've been told. Jugville, yes. We have Beaver Creek. We have Beaver Falls, Beaver Township. We got a lot of that stuff. Phil Biggs says, speaking of Paint Lick, Tennessee, don't forget to lick the like button. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that very much. Yes, guys, please hit the like button. Even if you are just creeping out there and watching, I would appreciate that very much. What in the hell? Jojo says Dildo, Newfoundland. That's a new one. Wow. Where the hell did I hear this at? Is it Florida? There's a place in Florida called Pancreas. That's not too bad, but Dildo, Newfoundland, Otterbein.
He said probably because it's Florida.
Yeah, very cool. So Otterbein, so that means that he broke his way through into Ohio then. So let me see this real quick. I'm gonna show you guys. One second. Wait a minute. There it is. It's near Lebanon. I know exactly where that's at. Well, there's a prison there. So where's 75? Does 75 come anywhere near this? No, then there's a grand possibility that he got a ride.
It's very possible because a lot of people, not everybody watches the news or YouTube or has social media, especially up that way.
100%. 100%.
Well, it's also possible that he got a hold of an ATV or a side-by-side, and he's using that to evade law enforcement, too.
Absolutely. All you got to do is walk into somebody's garage in the middle of the night that's got something like that, take off on it. This ain't a real big town either, so he could hide out. And look, there's still woods around this area. All around it, there's a lake there. It's still pretty green, folks. So, and if he's in Ohio, well, shit. There's 63, 741. Warren County, yeah. He could be headed towards me for all I know. Shit. You don't want to come to this area because they'll take him out. They don't care. There's a town in Alabama called Nympho. Okay. You got Brian going now. That's good. All right, guys. Well, there's that. If he's in that area, let me see how far is that from. Let me check something here. Directions right there. So this started off in London, Kentucky. Okay. Add destination. Let's see. 3 hours and 56 minutes. That's not that far, you guys, at all. And look, it's a straight damn shot.
So you're talking, 14, 16 hour on foot?
Probably, but I would doubt, like Arctic just said, he could have grabbed a four-wheeler, a side-by-side, a dirt bike, a motorcycle, or hitched a ride from somebody very easily. But it's all, look, straight shot right up 75. And I thought that was close to Cincinnati. Right there. 250 miles in 72 hours. That's very possible.
And you got Indiana right there too. I forgot all about Indiana, but it's right there too.
God forbid he gets wrapped up in Columbus or Cincy or Indianapolis is right there. Any of them big cities, he'll get lost in there. They won't find him at all if he gets in any of them cities, in my opinion. They ain't gonna find him. And all dude's got to do is get a hold of some hair dye or you know what I mean, a hat, because he's pretty standard looking. You know what I mean? He don't look real special. Change his clothes out, change his hair color, shave his head, whatever the hell. They'll never see him, and he can just keep on moving. He could head towards Pittsburgh. West Virginia's that direction over there. Any direction he goes, it doesn't. Hell, Hoosier, National Forest, shit. Hoosier National Forest, I'm sorry. It's all right there. Oh, I don't know, you guys. That's some scary shit right there.
I got conned into going up on that stupid needle ride in Indiana at the park up there. And when you're on the needle, you can see Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana up on that thing. I about had a heart attack when it sent us downwards, but neither here nor there.
I bet. Hold on, guys.
Live, local, trusted. This is WKYT News.
We've got, several more helicopters in the air and technology. Our main focus is to remain in those woods until we find him.
Schools in several counties are closed as authorities search for 32-year-old Joseph Couch, wanted for shooting at cars on Interstate 75 and injuring 5 people Saturday. An AR-15 was found in a car linked to Couch, who had sent a threatening text before that incident.
The search is focused on the Daniel Boone National Forest, a massive area to be looking in.
We say good evening to you. I'm Amber Philpotts.
I'm Bill Bryant. We're glad you're along. Authorities are ramping up their search efforts as day 4 of the manhunt nears its end. We've received an update from officers just a few hours ago.
And our team coverage continues here on WKYT. First, let's go to Jessica Umbro in London for the very latest on the search. Good evening to you, Jessica. What can you tell us?
Well, a few hours ago, law enforcement agencies provided their latest updates on the manhunt for suspected I-75 shooter Joseph Couch. They say their main priority right now is keeping the public informed, safe, and to find Joseph Couch dead or alive.
Some people say, well, what if he's not alive anymore? Well, we're going to stay in the woods till we find him.
Kentucky law enforcement agencies say they have not ruled out widening the scope of the search for suspected I-75 shooter Joseph Couch, but they did say they don't have any indication that he's left the area.
The search, if it gets broader, it just gets broader. And if we have to take it somewhere else, if technology takes it somewhere else, we're going to investigate it. But at this time, there's nothing that we have came up with to say Mr. Couch has left those woods.
Local law enforcement say they don't want this publicity for Laurel County, but they do say that the coverage has brought Couch's name to the masses and bringing tips that they say can help.
There's so many people that's got eyes on this investigation around the world that by now we should have got a pretty good tip that he has exited the woods.
As for what they're looking for, they're not taking anything for granted.
It might be a tree that's knocked over and doesn't look right the way it's knocked over, or something, a piece of trash on the ground, or candy bar wrapper, anything like that.
Trooper Pennington says their methodical search over such a vast area makes this search far from simple.
This is not like going across the road and looking in the woods and finding somebody. This is the National Forest.
Well, earlier today, I did ask about any other weapons that Joseph Couch may have on him, including any other weapons that are registered to his name. Kentucky State Police said that this is something that they have been looking into, but they could not say what Joseph Couch could have with him while he's on the run. Now, they did say any tip, big or small, is important to call in because they say it could lead to Couch and it could put an end to this manhunt. Live in London, Jessica Umbro, WKYT.
All right, obviously needing that information, and you may not know how significant your clue could be. As the search for Couch continues, the USDA announced that certain parts of the Sheltowee Trace Trail will be closed to the public as law enforcement continue the investigation.
WKYT's Alyssa Williams is live from Rockcastle County with more. And Alyssa, what do we know so far on this closure today?
Yeah, guys, the USDA and the U.S. Forest Service have released those different parts of the Sheltowee Trace that have been closed off to all traffic. So that means hikers, people riding ATVs, or anyone that plans to go into that area, these areas are closed off to them. Now, if you take a look at your screen, you can see those trails listed. You can see McKee Trail, the Horselick, Rockcastle, Wildcat, Hawk Creek, Big Dog, and Laurel Lake. Again, these are the trails that are closed off to the public until further notice. These trails span from US 421 and Kentucky 192, running through Laurel and Rockcastle counties, just to name a few. Earlier, I checked in with Catherine L. Stone, who is a board member with the Sheltowee Trace Association. She says she's relieved with these closures because people's safety is top priority. We've heard time and time again how rough this terrain is that law enforcement is combing through to find Couch. And Stone gives some insight on just how difficult these trails can be.
There are caves, there are lots of creeks to cross, there's suspension bridges. It's not as cleared as what you see in other parks because it's not as widely used. And so I can only imagine what it's like having to finding a person in all of that. Cell services spotty, like it's a really difficult area for us to be able to find someone that's hiding.
Now, we don't know exactly how long these trails will be closed for, but something we want to keep reminding everyone is do not try to go into these areas. We know that there's a $35,000 reward for anyone who can provide information that leads to Couch's arrest, but law enforcement say it's not worth going into these areas. They want to make sure that everyone remains safe during this investigation. For now, live in Rockcastle County, Alyssa Williams, WKYT.
Alyssa, thank you. And as the search for Joseph Couch is continuing, we're also seeing more school closures.
Yeah, Laurel County schools will remain closed tomorrow, and that is where we find WKYT's Grayson Passmore with more on what parents need to know. Good evening, Grayson.
Yeah, guys, good evening. We're over here at London Elementary School right now, where their electronic sign reads of numerous upcoming events like an ice cream day, book fair, and many more. But what we don't know right now is if any of those events are actually going to happen as police continue the search for Joseph Couch. We know that Laurel County schools are working on plans to change their mode of instruction. They say possibly a plan to move to virtual instruction as soon as possible. They announced around 4 p.m. today that schools would be canceled tomorrow, making this the third day in a row. A district spokesperson tells me the day will be considered a traditional school day out. They declined an interview today, but they did tell me they will have another update for families tomorrow afternoon. But they're not the only school system taking extra precautions. We know Corbin Independent Schools are closed tomorrow. They'll be using an NTI day. Clay County Public Schools will also be closed using an NTI day as well. Williamsburg City School will also be using an NTI day tomorrow. Knox County Schools are also closed tomorrow. They say they will not be using an NTI day. Now, we heard during the press conference today that law enforcement say superintendents have chosen to cancel school as a safety precaution. But he did say they cannot advise district leaders or business owners on what action to take, saying it's solely up to them. Now, community members are just hopeful Couch will be caught soon.
I just hope that they can apprehend him and things get back to normal for people. People have been very fearful. The area that he was in is very easy. It's rugged terrain, excuse me, and it's hard to find somebody in there if they don't want to be found.
Now, tomorrow is, of course, September 11th, and we've already learned of one canceled memorial event so far. The London Police Department's first responder memorial motorcade will not happen tomorrow. Live in Laurel County, Grayson Passmore, WKYT.
All right, Grayson, thank you. And remember, you can find all of the updates on the manhunt on our WKYT News app. Just scan the QR code that you see there on your screen. It will send push alerts to your phone notifying you of breaking news. You can also track the very latest on WKYT.com.
All right, so that was... Hold on one second, folks. I'm trying to switch this out.
Afternoon.
Be right with you.
I have to give a big shout out to WKYT. They have, normally it's Lex 18 that's on top of all of it, but they have been amazing on updating the public. I think I had to go to Lex 18 one time to watch a presser. Other than that, WKYT's been on top of it.
Yeah, I've seen several of their posts on Facebook. They have been doing outstanding coverage.
Yeah, I'm real proud of them. Like, because normally it's Lex 18, but they're Lexington. There's so much that happens that I think it gets drowned out by just the violence in that town.
Yeah, they had great coverage in my opinion as well, from what I've seen. For sure. Happy anniversary, Tomboy. I think that was it. Hold on. 1 second here. Oh, Jesus, Mom. Yeah. Dick Shooter. Nice. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
What's up?
Yeah, if they get to a point where they have him in a, like, surrounded in some point where they find, I'll be live for that for sure and stay live, just like I did with Cavalcante until they catch him so that everybody knows where he's at and what's going on. I wish I'd have been able to be in here sooner with this, but I wasn't. So, all right, I think that was all you sent me, right, Mom?
I think so. I don't know. I sent you a bunch.
Quite a bit.
There's a bunch in my Discord, in my main general chat, but it's mixed in with other stuff because I was just grabbing it and dropping it, and because I was dropping it in Discord and I was sending it to family all at the same time. So I didn't make a folder or anything.
Sure. No, absolutely. Yeah, and I will definitely try to keep everybody up to date on with this from here on out, of course. I'm gonna run this real quick. Give me a second, guys. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying, Paula, is, that's what scares me, is if somebody picked him up on the side of the interstate. And, if you live in that area, please don't pick up a hitchhiker until they
You
get
shouldn't
this
be picking up
guy.
hitchhikers anyway in 2024. Y'all are insane if you are.
Nope. Hell no. Not no, but hell no. No, you don't do that nowadays. So, just to change the subject a little bit, guys, Arctic asked me if I could put this out. I'm going to play this video here. This is a pretty shady story here, guys, just from a little bit that I heard. This is crazy stuff. So, again, like I said, anything going on with the manhunt as far as Joseph Couch is concerned, I will be definitely keeping my eyes on and trying to keep everybody updated as I do with these manhunts and scenarios the best way I can. But this scenario here is pretty crazy. Arctic explained just a little bit. This guy goes missing. His wife has a tendency to sleep around. She completely evaded a polygraph test and doesn't want to do anything to help look for this guy. So something's not right with this, okay? And he's still missing. So let's check this out again. Thank you, Arctic, for putting this together. And give me a second to make sure you guys can hear this.
Hey, thanks for helping me get his base out there.
Oh, yeah. You don't even have to thank me, my friend. If I'd have seen it, I'd have done it too. The family reached out to Arctic to, hey, can you do something about this? This is what's going on, so on and so forth. We got to do, folks, in any way, shape, or form to help find these people when they go missing. So, again, he's 42 years old, 170 pounds, 170 to 180 pounds, 6'3". That's what he looks like. This guy looks familiar to me. It's weird. Very weird. I know I don't know him, but it's weird. Anyway, check out the video and let's see what we get.
What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Now, today we are looking at a case out of my neck of the woods. And this one is gonna have you saying a lot of red flags are out there, guys. I'm not gonna lie about it. Today we're looking at the missing persons case of 42-year-old John Brent McGee, who is missing out of Leachville, Arkansas. Now, John has been missing since the 11th of July, 2024. He was last seen wearing a light blue t-shirt, khaki-colored cargo shorts, and Hey Dude shoes. Now, John has several tattoos, including loyalty tattooed on his chest, along with additional unknown chest tattoos. He has B tattooed on his upper left bicep. He has a large Carpe Diem tattoo on his left forearm, a Punisher skull tattoo colored as an American flag on the backside of his left forearm, and an unknown tattoo on his left hand. He has an hourglass tattoo on his right forearm and a tattoo on the outer left calf with a variation of a fire or flaming tattoo. Anyone that has information on John or his whereabouts is asked to contact the Leechville Police Department. That number is 870-539-6604. And when you call, reference case number 24-00227. Guys, again, this man has been missing since July, and there is a lot to unpack with this case, guys. What I've said so far doesn't even begin to tell the story. So, as I said, John went missing on the 11th of July and has not been seen since. His estranged wife went missing on the same day when she went for 30 days into a rehab facility where she could not be questioned. And when released, she was arrested for old warrants. She moved in with another man and never one time showed any concern for John's safety, whereabouts, the fact that he was missing until after 54 days of him being missing, and after the fact that dogs from the south came in and picked up John's scent and followed his scent to her new boyfriend's house. And then the scent disappeared. John is still missing. And there is reason to believe that his body may have been dumped at an old sawmill or in the river that runs along the sawmill. Unfortunately, this family is having a lot of difficulty with getting local authorities to help in the search. His mother has hired private detectives, and, the family's still getting nowhere in this case. And this case really should be getting a lot of media coverage. I am going to forward the information on John to my media contacts. I'm going to send it to Nancy Grace. I'm going to send it to John Walsh and see if maybe we can get John some more coverage. But in the meantime, we need your help here, guys. His wife was supposed to do a polygraph test and then backed out of it. It's ridiculous. And so we're talking about someone's son, someone's brother, someone's father, someone's nephew, and a friend to many, many people. And unfortunately, John's family and friends are just not getting any help in trying to locate him. Right now, the family is offering a $5,000 reward for information that leads to locating John. So we definitely need to get his face out there, guys. In the meantime, if you have information, again, please contact the Leechville Police at 870-539-6604. What I need everyone to do right now is to give the video a like so that we can get John's face and his story into the YouTube algorithm. The more people that see his face, the better the chances are that someone can come forward with information in the case. Again, unfortunately, this is one of those cases where foul play is definitely believed to have been involved. And I guarantee you, his ex-wife does not sound very bright. She's probably run her mouth to some people, in my opinion. They usually do. And so if enough people see this video and hear John's story, there's a good likelihood that someone will step forward. And remember, even if you think the tip is insignificant, call that into law enforcement. Sometimes it's that one small tip that breaks a case like this wide on open. And this family needs answers. They need resolution. And you know what? John deserves justice for whatever happened to him. So again, like the video, share this to your Facebook, your Twitter, your Instagram, wherever you have social media. It only takes a second of your time to do, and it can make all the difference in the world in whether we're able to find John and bring answers for this family or not. As always, guys, I do want to thank you so much for tuning in and watching. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Y'all be kind to one another out there, and let's find answers for John and his loved ones.
Thank you, Arctic Fox. Guys, go over to Arctic's channel if you will, please. Like that video. Click on that video. Share that video out all over your social media accounts. Share it out through here if you will as well. Either way, but please go to Arctic's channel. Like that video. Subscribe if you have not, because we need to get the information out. I actually would not mind running a video myself if we can get any more information on it and putting it out there and making some more noise about it. And sharing it, because this sounds real suspicious to me. 100%. She conveniently went into rehab the same day he goes missing, gets out. And how long was that for, Arctic, that she was in there supposedly?
She was in for 30 days. She didn't even, and then, she gets arrested She doesn't start talking to anyone or anything. Never has cooperated with law enforcement. Then the dogs come in. I think they said 56 days later. They track John scent to the home of the new boyfriend that she's been staying at and lose the scent there. It's amazing why she hasn't been arrested yet. To me, that's enough sufficient evidence right there when the scent stops right there at the house to arrest her and bring her in for questioning. But yeah, it's a crazy case.
Do you know about how long maybe she had been talking to this new boyfriend, possibly?
That I do not know. I have reached out to the family and the friends and said, hey, I put the video out. They liked the video. I said, hey, if you really want to get his name out there, come on my channel. I'll interview you live on the channel and you can tell the story, tell us everything that went on. And so hopefully they'll get back in contact with me on that.
That's probably the best way to go, because we can all take everything they know, build a story out of it, and kind of put something together and look into it in that fashion and maybe come up with an idea as to what, because it sounds to me, and this is just an opinion based on what I've heard already, the wife does not sound like a very decent person, okay? And if she was talking to this guy beforehand, got to get rid of the husband. If it tracked to that house, maybe the husband went looking for her. One thing leads to another, guess what? So, thank you, Molly. Thank you. That'll work. So we'll see what we can come up with on this one, for sure.
Well, and I'm assuming that she'd been whoring around for some time because they were estranged already at the time that he went missing. So
yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering or thinking. And this is out of your area?
Well, I mean, it's in my state. I'm probably a couple hours away from there, but it's in my state.
Leechville, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha. That's what I thought. We'll see what we can do with this as well. Make some noise with it too. I'm sure Paula's asking, do you know if they happened to search the house where the scent stopped at? I'm sure they probably did, but
I'm not 100%. The way the family makes it sound, they haven't gotten any assistance from law enforcement whatsoever. And you know how it is. The guy has a lot of tattoos. I'm not sure if he has a history of drugs or not, but if he did, they're not going to take that seriously. That's the same story we see time after time.
Yeah, he's an adult. If he has any kind of a possibility of a drug pass or anything, they don't care. That's a problem. He's still a human being and he still has the right to live. And so, if somebody took advantage of him or there was foul play involved, it needs to be known. So again, thank you, law enforcement. Typical. So there's that. I'll be looking into this, trying to get some info so we can maybe put something else out as well. And check out some other stuff on it like we do. And hopefully maybe we can do something. Sorry about that. Again, thanks for the video. Another great video from Arctic as always. Again, guys, go check out the channel if you will. If you have not yet subscribed, please do like that video and all the others if you can, because there's a lot of them out there. And see what we can do to bring John Brent McGee home if we can, guys. Or at least figure something out with it, Yeah, you were busy today, buddy. Jeez, Lord. I see it there now. Wow. All right. And you're still here. And you're still here. Good Lord. And I appreciate you very much for that. Also, guys, I did want to, I haven't done it yet, do this today. I haven't had the chance to, as sad as it is. Where's it at? Well, I don't have anything really on it, but I just wanted to bring it up to everybody knows it's been with me for a while that I've been following a case of a missing child by the name of Elijah Vu. There's been nothing on this case, and I mean absolutely nothing with this child. Nobody's seen him. Nobody knows where he was. None of it, guys, and it's horrible. It's really, really sad, really horrible. Beautiful little boy, and there's been nothing for months, okay? And I'm trying to check now. I'm going backwards, but I swear, where's it at? That there was a diaper and some clothing found and I believe a skull, and they believe it might be him. I haven't been able to find the update on it.
Well, there's conflicting reports. The official report from law enforcement says they haven't confirmed a sex or anything, but the reporter close to the scene, and he was found in a campground that was close to the house where he had been living at. And, you know, it doesn't take a lot to put two and two together. Again, we don't have confirmation, but you know, this is the most information we've had. My last video on Elijah was about 4 months ago, so I'd say it's been a good 4 months since we've had any information on him. So
100%. That's, I mean, and even when we were putting videos out when he first went missing, we didn't have a whole lot then. We covered the court hearings of the parent, well, the mother and the idiotic boyfriend, and the things that went on, and that was all we had. There was nothing. I think they found a shoe or shoes in or near a dumpster, and that was it. So let me see what this says here. This is the only thing I could find.
Remains found in Manitowoc County, just a few miles away from a 3-year-old boy that vanished nearly 7 months ago. Elijah Vu was last seen in the city of Two Rivers on February 20th. Police and volunteers have conducted repeated searches, but now the Manitowoc County Sheriff says a hunter found remains near a quarry on the city's west side. News Chopper 12 providing an exclusive look at the investigation scene. 12 News' Emily Polfall joining us now live. Emily, to be clear, police have not said if the remains are Elijah's.
Right. Law enforcement officials have not connected the remains found near here to Elijah's case. We're right near the Girl Scout Camp Manitou, and a camp official tells me that the law enforcement activity is on a nearby private property. News Chopper 12 was up in the air flying over the scene before it got dark out. Take a look at this. Law enforcement set up a command center with what looks like large lights and a four-wheeler inside the wooded area. There's also a tent set up and crime scene tape. The Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office says a deer hunter found human skeletal remains on private property yesterday. Officials aren't saying the age, gender, or race of the remains. The Sheriff's Office did acknowledge, though, the ongoing search for Elijah Vu, but again said that at this point they're not connecting these remains to his case. Still, that hasn't kept the locals from talking about Elijah and the difficult past 6 months.
Such a big area that, you know, they could be there and you don't see them. And the drones, and they've went way beyond, way above and beyond to find him. You know, and everybody in town's been, you know, searching and waiting for him.
If it's not him, it's still some other kid, apparently.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So,
and that's the saddest part of this whole thing. If this isn't Elijah, and I seen it said in the chat too, it's horrible because it's still another child, period. You know, male, female, I don't care what it is or what they are. It's still another child that's obviously missing or something else going on. Okay. That's horrific. But, you know, like Arctic said, you put two and two together, considering the scenario, there was never anything found. There was never anything admitted to or anything like that. Here we are. And I hope it's okay. I got to say it like this. As I said before, this is a horrific thing. And I really don't want it to be him. But at the same time, I kind of do. 7 months, you guys, we haven't heard a word, not even one word about where this child could be. And it would give the people that actually cared about this child some closure, along with the rest of us that have followed this from the beginning. I remember when I first did this, right before Sebastian went missing, and right before Madeline Soto's case happened. It was just like, oh my God. And then bing, bang, boom, you know? So, and I've checked on it for the past 7 months relentlessly. There's never been anything. And I just don't understand how these people have gotten away with this. And I'll be honest with you, I do truly believe the mother and boyfriend were in this together. That's my personal opinion. 100%. They're both garbage, trash people. For those of you that aren't familiar, thank you, Arctic. For those of you that aren't familiar with this case, this story is disgusting. This was you saw the child, he was a beautiful baby. Thank you, Miss Paula. Very well, not today. Not on this right now, but thank you for that. What was I going to say? This mother of this child took this child to the boyfriend's house for discipline. This is just a tiny little guy, okay? And the discipline, I believe they are Moonlit still in jail. I haven't heard any different. The discipline that this idiot did to this child was to make him stand for hours and then stand him in a cold shower. And I don't even like talking about it. It gets me so angry. And according to the idiot, the story was that he laid down for a nap after putting his child on the bus to go to school and locked the door. And when he woke up, Elijah was gone. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit. Okay. I think what he did was he went too far with the discipline and did some damage that he couldn't turn around. And then he had to get rid of the situation. That's what I truly think happened.
That was my thought from the jump. I mean, yes. How's this mofo want us to believe that a 3-year-old child unlocked a door and walked out? No.
It didn't happen. That's why. It just didn't happen. He's a piece of shit. He abused this child and went too far, in my opinion, and then he hid what he did. And I think the mother absolutely knows 100% what happened. And she's not going to say a word. They're both still sitting in jail, from what I understand. And I hope they rot there for all I care. I really do. I can't get past, especially a mother. I'll never understand how a mother that carries a beautiful baby like that for 9 months, nurtures and births the child like this, can allow things to happen to their children like this. I just don't get it. I never will. So again, let me finish this up for you guys real quick.
It's sad no matter what.
Did you say something, Mom?
No.
Oh, I thought you said something. Sorry about that.
Mm-mm.
Emily, you were able also to get a hold of one of Elijah Vu's family members tonight.
Right. I spoke with Linda Vu, Elijah's aunt, earlier this evening. She says that she personally has not heard anything from law enforcement regarding the remains found here. Law enforcement officials do say that the identification process for these remains is going to be lengthy, so they're asking for the public's patience.
Emily Pofall reporting live from Two Rivers. Thank you, Emily. As we mentioned, Elijah Vu was last seen February 20th in Two Rivers. He was 3 years old at the time. Law enforcement and volunteers have conducted repeat searches in the nearly 7 months since then. Elijah was staying with his mother, Katrina Bauer's boyfriend, Jesse Vang, when he disappeared. Bauer and Vang are both charged with child neglect, but not directly with Elijah's disappearance. 12 News has followed the search for Elijah Vu from the start of the investigation. You'll find all of those stories right now on our 12 News app.
Just a PSA for all the mothers and families out there. If you don't want your child, there's several people out there that would love to adopt them. And there are the little fire station places and even hospitals you can drop a child off at. Baby safe boxes are out there. There's no excuse for this shit. None.
Nope, none at all. And I've been screaming it for months, you guys. I've been screaming this for months. If you don't want children, stop having children. If you can't handle a child, find somebody that will take that child, because they're out there. Like he just said, there's many resources. Do not do this shit here. You don't discipline a 3-year-old child, first of all. They're 3 years old. They don't even understand what the hell they're doing, okay? There was I can't remember where the hell I saw it at, but there was a statement made by this mother. I don't even like calling her that. The person that gave birth to this child, that she was told by Jesse Vang that he soiled his diaper a little too much, and he punished him for it by putting him in a cold shower. Now, if that's true, which I have no doubt that it probably is, it makes me cringe every time I even think about this. So this was put out September 8th via the Facebook account. Skeletal remains of small child, which you just saw on the news thing there. The camp is located near a home once shared by Elijah, his mother, Katrina Bauer, and her boyfriend, Jesse Vang, who was the last person to see Elijah alive. Both Bauer and Vang are charged with child neglect in connection to Elijah's disappearance, and both have denied knowledge of his whereabouts. Vang told police Elijah must have snuck out of his house while Vang was napping. Bullshit. Investigators searched the camp twice, but because of its massive size, did not find the body, which was found Saturday in what sources call a remote area. Searchers recovered the skull that a doctor confirmed to be human, assorted other bones, and a diaper. Efforts to identify the remains are ongoing, but the working theory appears to be that they belong to Elijah. This is one of the most adorable children I've ever seen. They're all adorable, okay? Look at his eyes, you guys. What could he have possibly done at 3 years old that somebody would want to hurt this child? I don't understand people's mentalities or how this happens. I don't get it. And to send him to somebody to teach discipline at 3 years old? No. Thank you, Doodlebug, for putting this together as well. I think. Yeah. Okay. The folks are saying the family should be notified first, seem to be overlooking the fact that the family seem to be the primary and only suspects in this poor child's death. I suspect they already know exactly what they did. I agree with that. Seems more likely is that most of the folks are saying this are really just people in the anti-Voss gang who are angry that Dan O'Donnell backed up Voss. What? Okay. Shame on you for posting this before family was notified. This is not how they should have found out. Have some compassion. That's a very good point. I agree with that. And again, there it is. If it's not him, it's some other unknown child, which is just as horrible. This is just If this is Elijah or any other child, it obviously is. I just pray to God that that child is resting in heaven right now, and I know that they are. And I hope whoever, which I'm pretty sure I know who, is responsible for this, rots, goes directly to hell and rots, period. Shame on you. This case just burnt me in the beginning. And guys, you saw it was literally 6 days before Sebastian went missing. And right around, what day did Maddie go missing? Do you guys, Mom, do you remember that exactly? The exact day? I can't remember the exact day.
The exact day that Sebastian went missing.
26th, I thought so. I just didn't want to be wrong if I said that, okay?
No.
So again,
yeah, you're not wrong. It was the same exact day.
Within 6 days, these three horrible things all happened, okay? It's unbelievable. I mean, it is believable, but it's crazy, you guys, and it's enough. I can't believe nobody's come forward to hear this idiot say something maybe behind bars or any of that. I wish. Yeah, it's probably going to take a while for the remains to be completely and like totally figured out for who they are, because of if it was something that if he was left to the elements, there's probably not anything there. So.
Well, they can identify the same way they did Caleb Harris. They can DNA test and identify him that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point.
And Mom's sitting in jail, so what's she gonna do? Say no, you can't use my DNA?
Right.
Don't drink out of a cup.
I was gonna say, what are you gonna starve or dehydrate yourself to death? Because I doubt it. Like I said, in some ways, I pray to God it is him, so that there can be closure. But in another way, it breaks my heart to think that it's him. You know what I'm saying? I know you guys know the feeling, but so there's that, you guys. That's the only update we've had in 7 months. And like Arctic said, I think the last video he did, I'm probably right behind him, was 4 months ago, because there's been nothing that anybody's seen for us to be able to put out. So, I don't see anything else other than that, what Arctic just sent me, and then what I had pulled up first. Wisconsin State Crime Lab and all them. Okay. So there's that. And it was very close to that area, so that makes a lot of sense.
And if it is him and at all, they better charge these two to the fullest, because they don't have a good look in the public eye to start with after what they did to Brandon Dassey.
Exactly.
As soon as I heard Manitowoc Arctic, that's what went through my head.
I'm with you 100%.
Oh, shit. Sorry for my language, y'all, but that was the exact thought. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, shit.
Oh,
And then
you're
they
fine.
searched the Avery's junkyard, and it just was like, it all came flooding back.
Yeah, and this is what happens.
They don't have a good rap in that area as far as law enforcement. They better damn well do something if it's him.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening and thanks for joining us tonight. Two Rivers police continue to actively look for Elijah Vu. The 3-year-old was reported missing from a Two Rivers apartment in February.
A canine search was conducted today as part of the ongoing investigation into the boy's disappearance. Fox 11's Emily Matesic spoke with authorities today and has continuing coverage on the investigation into the search for Elijah Vu.
Not a day goes by that members of the Two Rivers Police Department aren't thinking about Elijah Vu.
The chief and I were having a discussion the other day how many times like we'll have a dream that, oh, we found Elijah, that type of dream, and you wake up and that's not true, you know. So we're constantly thinking about even our subconscious. So it's definitely something the department as a whole is always conscious of and thinking about.
It's been more than 4 months since Vu was reported missing from this Two Rivers apartment building. According to police, the investigative team is still working on what happened leading up to his disappearance, what happened in the past, and what they can look to in the future. The second prong of the case is the search effort.
Department of Criminal Investigation is always working on things. FBI is typically working remotely with us, but it is a constant communication. The chief gets regular updates on what's happening with the investigation. Some weeks there's more to report than others, but it is a constant thing. It is a constant thing.
Two Rivers Police relying on the expertise of outside agencies for help.
So one of the big things from other agencies that we can get is resources we just don't have. So some of the computer technology that the FBI can offer is obviously very specialized. A lot of the stuff that we need done right now isn't so much boots on the ground. A lot of it's analyzing data and files and whatnot.
Police tell me tips aren't still coming in. Those tips might not be as plentiful as when Elijah Vu was first reported missing, but each one is followed up. Follow-up today included a canine search. And while authorities wouldn't tell me where they are searching in an effort to protect the investigation, they are hopeful for some sort of resolution in this case.
We've said in the past, and we'll say it again, is we will find Elijah. When that happens, I don't know, though. Will it happen today, tomorrow, next year, 10 years from now? I don't know. But we will get to the bottom of it and find out where he is.
For not only the department and Vu's family, but for the community, too. In Two Rivers, Emily Matesic, Fox 11 News.
Jesse Vang, along with Vu's mother, Katrina Bauer, is facing child neglect charges connected to the case. Vang has a scheduling conference in Manitowoc County on Friday. Katrina Bauer is scheduled to be back in court on Monday. Her attorney, during a court appearance last week, hinted that a resolution in Bauer's case could be coming. Police continue to follow up on the various leads that they say are coming in. Anyone with any information about Elijah is urged to call the tip number on your screen. It is 844-267-6648.
Last two posts on social media really kind of centered around, asking people to not spread rumors. Has that hampered the investigation? What does it mean when these, the rumor mill does start to get going?
Sure. The real problem with it is it hampers the investigation by tying up our resources to expel the rumors, to explain what was really going on. And the other part of it is when it comes to saying things that aren't true, that might affect the family. And we find that it's disrespectful to the family to speculate or to say that Elijah was found or whatever the circumstances might be. And if that's not true, because the family's hopes up, suddenly they see that and it's not true, and that's devastating for them. So that's not helpful at all.
Yeah. Well, I guess where does the investigation stand? Last week it was 4 months since he was reported missing. Where do things stand today?
Sure. We're still in the investigative portion of it, as well as the search. So there's two parts. The investigative team is working on what happened with disappearance, what is happening, what happened in the past, what can we look into in the future. The other end of things is the search, and the searches still continue. Searches aren't as as prevalent as they were maybe a month ago or 2 months ago, but we still get tips, we still do searches. One of the questions that was asked, well, why are you searching in Portage County now, and why are you searching some other places? Once again, as we stated other times before, that anytime there's a tip that comes in, we follow up on that tip, and we'll continue to do so.
Yeah, I guess are tips still coming in? Have they? I'm assuming they've slowed down though.
Yeah, they've slowed down considerably, but they're still coming in, and when they do come in, we do follow up on them.
I know. I think when I talked with the chief last time, I probably should have went back to looking because I can't remember the number. I think there's like 10,000 video clips, or I mean, are you still going through those? Has that sort of been exhausted? Where do things stand with that?
Yeah, those are still being gone through. Obviously, we have help from the FBI, from DCI, as well as you talked about video footage. We have drone footage from Civil Air Patrol is analyzing those as well through the U.S. Air Force. So that's all still being done. There's thousands of files to go through. It's a lot. There's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, do you feel like you're any closer today to figuring out what happened to Elijah?
We feel we are. However, it might not be clear at this time. We feel that every time we search an area and he's not there, it still brings us closer to actually finding him. So
I know the family has kind of stopped their volunteer searches. I mean, have you been in communication with them about that? How helpful were those searches for you guys?
Yeah. So the chief, assistant chief, and Department of Criminal Investigation have been in constant contact with the family. They're aware of any of the search efforts going on by the family. They've kept them kind of apprised of what we're doing as well, without obviously jeopardizing the investigation portion. But yeah, they have been helpful because there's areas we might search, and then the family might organize a search, do a secondary search in that area. Other times, just having volunteers out there still looking is still helpful.
Is this something that's still impacting this community?
Oh, definitely.
I mean, you feel like people are still invested in this, and
definitely. It's funny you mentioned that on the way to work this morning. I mean, I saw, I think 3 vehicles. It was 3 vehicles where something about Elijah on every vehicle. I take that back. I'm sorry. 2 vehicles and 1 in the yard. I thought to myself, I'm like, so I was thinking about this interview today, and I saw those things. I thought, well, the community is still obviously thinking about this, and this is, we still think about it every day. Sometimes we feel that maybe the community isn't because things move on, and next news thing that comes up, but no, it's very much still on their minds. So
how are you guys handling this? I mean, I know, I'm assuming that's your daughter right there. I mean, I'm a mom. I know the chief has kids, and I'm sure lots of officers.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's close to our heart, obviously. Anytime there's a child involved, it always strikes, I think, deep with everybody, regardless if they have children or not. But yeah, I think when you do have children, it's extra deep in that way. I mean, we definitely are not where we were 4 months ago, as far as we don't have officers, constantly working overtime. We're not doing things 24/7 necessarily. There's regular investigations and things going on we still need to maintain and still do, but it's always still on their minds. The chief and I were having a discussion the other day, how many times, like, we'll have a dream that, oh, we found Elijah, that type of dream, and you wake up and that's not true, so we're constantly thinking about, even our subconscious. So it's definitely something the department as a whole is always conscious of and thinking about.
Are you hopeful to be able to find some sort of resolution to this? And
yeah, I mean, we're optimistic, we're hopeful. When we've said in the past, and we'll say it again, is we will find Elijah. When that happens, I don't know though. Will it happen today, tomorrow, next year, 10 years from now? I don't know, but we will get to the bottom of it and find out where he is.
Do you think he's still alive?
I can't answer that question.
How hard is that, the not knowing?
Very hard, very hard. One of the things we pride ourselves on as police officers, and I think anybody, is completing a task. And one of those tasks we have is when we get a call or incident, we wanted to see it to completion. We want to get to the resolution of it. And the fact that, we haven't been able to find them at this point, is very frustrating. Obviously, we want to have that resolution. We want it not only for us and our community, but mostly for the family. I mean, the family is 4 months now wondering where he is and what needs that closure. And we are bound and determined to give them that closure. However, we don't know when that's going to be. We just got to keep hope, because if we didn't keep hope, it would be hard to go on.
I know you mentioned resolution. I know last week his mother was in court and her attorney said, we might have some sort of resolution. Is that helping drive finding him? I mean, I asked the DA, did you offer some sort of plea agreement? And she couldn't comment. I mean, do you think we're going to learn more in the next couple of weeks, potentially?
Yeah, I can't comment on that either. Sorry.
Where do you go from here? I know you guys don't necessarily maybe have people aren't working overtime on this. I mean, is there one specific investigator who is kind of assigned to this and they're in constant communication? It sounds like more outside agencies are kind of doing the daily. Does that
Correct. So our detective lieutenant and his investigative team here are working on things every day. Department of Criminal Investigation is always working on things. FBI is typically working remotely with us, but it is a constant communication. Chief gets regular updates on what's happening with the investigation. Some weeks there's more to report than others, but it is a constant thing.
Yeah. And when does the FBI have like a team, or is it like one person? DCI have a team? Like how does you said the Civil Air Patrol, the drone stuff. I guess what is going on behind those scenes?
Sure. So one of the big things from other agencies that we can get is resources we just don't have. So some of the computer technology that the FBI can offer is obviously very specialized to them. And any agency is lucky to have that resource, whether it's us, Green Bay, Appleton, Brilliant. I mean, any size agency. So there's individuals there that are specialists working on that. There's special agents that are just tasked with assigned to the Elijah Vu case. Same thing with Department of Criminal Investigation. There's individuals that will be tasked to this case until it's over. So there's some that are physically present here, others that are, remotely working. Because a lot of the stuff that we need done right now isn't so much boots on the ground. A lot of it's analyzing data and files and whatnot.
Yeah. When was the last time they did maybe like a big drone search or foot, or I know not too long ago maybe you guys went through the sewers again. Has there been a search like that recently?
Yes. I don't know offhand when that was. I know it's been within the last week and a half or so. I don't want to get quoted on that because I'm not exactly sure when that took place. I was gone looking for that.
What was that? What was the?
I believe that one was a canine search. I know we have an area we're looking at today as well for a search. Well, there'll be some dogs involved with that one as well. Drones we use pretty regularly. Pretty much every search we have, we pretty much have drones out as well. I know there was an equine search not too long ago. I want to say about 3 weeks ago now, roughly. In addition to dogs on that one as well. So the searches are still taking place. Once again, they're usually very targeted based on maybe some information we received. And it's one of those things where we don't. I'm trying to collect my thoughts here. I apologize.
Yeah. No, you're fine.
We don't want to necessarily just use resources for the sake of using resources. We need to be a little more targeted in our use of them, so we can focus in on areas where we have a lead or we have a tip. And I think those are helpful. We've had organizations reach out to us that want to do searches, and we've never turned anybody away. I know last month there was the situation with Midwest EquiSearch that came up. Once again, we were in contact with them. We told them exactly what we were doing. The family, DCI, and our department were involved in that conversation. They felt that everything we were doing was everything they would do. They felt at the time that there was nothing more they can necessarily offer, but their offer was, if we ever needed them. And once again, we extended an open invitation like we have everybody else. So different organizations have come up. I know there's other things going on in the country and the state besides our situation. And so I know those resources are also used other places as well. So it can make things difficult because maybe public perception sometimes is we're not using this resource or that resource, but believe me, we've used a lot of resources, and we're continually open to those resources when they want to come and help. And it's been very eye-opening to see all the resources that are available and how many people are willing to help from all over the country, and they have. And it's been a very positive thing in a very bad situation.
Yeah, I know I'd asked this before, and we reported on the video clips or the shots of him at the garage that Friday, and then he's reported missing Tuesday. Have you been able to confirm any sightings of him between Friday and that Tuesday by someone other than Vang or his mother? Is there?
Yeah, I can't answer that question.
Okay. And can you elaborate more on the search today? You said is that locally? Is that in one of your other counties? Or
I can't answer either. Sorry.
Okay. But I mean, tips obviously are still coming in that warrant.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't without jeopardizing the investigation or encroaching on that. I don't want to answer that question. So.
Okay. Anything else you think's important that I didn't ask about, or that you want the public to know?
I think we covered everything. Let me just double check my chicken scratch notes to see if no, actually we touched on.
I mean, do you feel like you're just like that one little something just needs to break to?
I think we all feel that way. I think we're all hoping for that one thing. And there has been things that have come in. Obviously, some things with the investigation that we aren't able to share that lead us to be hopeful. It's just getting that extra step forward to make more progress in that direction to kind of really move it forward. So that gives us hope.
And that was from a months back, guys. That was the most in-depth interviews with law enforcement or anything that we've had on it. There was a presser that came before that when he first went missing, and his aunt and his grandmother, they care. They're the only ones that have cared, besides all of us, family-wise. I mean,
yeah, I was just fixing to say, you got to remember, guys, there's more family than the mom and the boyfriend. That he does have other family that cares deeply about what happened to him and needs to have him found.
Yes. Yeah, this is the aunt was broken. I believe it was his father's sister. Okay. She's completely broken over this. The grandmother. Now the father, I had questions about the father that I never really got answered. He wasn't very involved from my understanding either, and had no idea, blah, blah, blah. I mean, I think he was in jail too. So this child didn't have a chance from the beginning, and I got to say, if he's not with us anymore, maybe it's a blessing that he's in heaven at this point, that he's not with, thank God he's not with these people anymore and can't be tortured, can't be harmed, can't be hurt. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's not, he didn't have a chance to live any kind of a life. That's the sickest and saddest thing with all of this. It makes me sick to my stomach. I'm just thankful that he's not in their hands anymore is all I'm saying, because God knows what all went on in this 3 years that this child existed and what they've done to him. It horrifies me to think about it. And this idiot has a child of his own that's autistic, I think it was, wasn't it? Or
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Like, what in God's name? I don't understand. I don't understand how these people have children and how they're allowed to keep the children, how CPS doesn't see these things or see it, whatever it is. And then they have to go through this kind of a hell and not even have a chance to live. So again, this child didn't have a chance while he was in the hands of these people. If the aunt or the grandmother, anybody could have gotten a hold of this child and got him away from there, maybe he would have had a chance of a life, because he was a beautiful little boy. Beautiful little boy. I'm sure he was sweet as all could be, and had no reason to be disciplined. I can't understand it. Welcome, Sapphire.
I don't understand any parent unaliving their child like that. I mean, and to me, the Elijah case is especially hard because I also did coverage in the Quentin Simon case, and every time I look at Elijah, I see Quentin.
Yes, sir. I swear to God, it was the same child almost to an extent. They really do. They look a lot alike. They're about the same size. The story is almost the same, you guys. It's insane. And the first thing I thought of, Arctic, when I saw him was like, oh my God, this is just like Quentin Simon's case. The only difference is with Quentin's case, at least we had something when we were covering it. We were getting bits of information on that. We've got nothing, you guys. I still can't believe how much of nothing that we've gotten. Welcome, JC. Good to see you. I'm so angry about this one every time I look at it. So, everybody keep your fingers crossed. Say a little prayer. I get it, Alicia. I do. I absolutely understand, hon. I do. And I'm sorry. Just pray that they can identify this and that it is him and it's over with in that sense, and then they can be punished the way they should be. And I hope to God they both get the death penalty. I swear to God I do, if that was the case. And I hate saying things like that, but this child did not ask to be born, but he was. And I can almost guarantee you the entire 3 years of his life he was tortured, was neglected, was not taken care of. And then to hand him over to the monster that she did for discipline at 3 years old because he knows he's doing something wrong. The stories just make me cringe. They would make him stand for hours. You guys understand, if you, and I'm sure most of you do, that if you stand a child in the corner for discipline per se, that it's supposed to be 1 minute per their age, from what I was told from a CSB worker one time. 1 minute per their age. If even that. This child was 3 years old. So 3 minutes. This guy was talking about having him stand for hours. Just stand in one spot.
It's just like that dude that put his son on the damn treadmill and made him stand and run on the treadmill until he literally died. I mean, it's the same principle. A 3-year-old child standing for hours and hours and hours on end, corner or not, is not good for them.
No. And then if he couldn't stand, then I believe, don't 100% quote me because it's been a while, I'm pretty sure that then he said he would take him and he would make him stand in cold showers. What? That is absolute. They do that to like prisoners that got Guantanamo Bay, folks. This is a 3-year-old baby. I don't understand that kind of shit. What is in your mind and what were you taught that makes you do these types of things? It's insanity. It's absolute insanity, and it makes me sick. Cases like this are the cases that sometimes make me want to walk away from this because they're so disgusting and they're so hard to talk about and look at. Obviously, I'm not going to, because these are the cases also that need the voice to be put out there and bring the awareness to, so that people like this don't continue to do the shit that they do. But still, it pisses me off so bad. Politicians should not be allowed to use fine print to exempt themselves from the laws that they are passing. Yeah, that's a good point, Bobby. I do agree with you on that one, bud. So hopefully within the next few days we'll get something, but I think it's going to take a little bit of time for this, and we'll get something. And I'm telling you right now, if and when they're charged, I'll be following that as well and making sure everybody sees it. Because I know that a lot of people are going to want to see them be charged and all of that, because it needs to happen, obviously. I think I have, let me see something here. Let me see. Sorry. All right. Was there anything else I was going to update on? I don't know. If I think I'm going to save the Idaho thing for one entire show, because this is a lot that I wanted to talk about. I will tell you guys that there was the change of venue was granted, my understanding. So that's going to happen. But I want to put that all together in one show, and we're almost at 3 hours now. So I kind of figured we weren't going to make it through that. So I think tomorrow, everything should be clear now. So tomorrow early afternoon, I will be able to come out here and just, that's what I'm going to cover, the whole thing. There's a whole stack of documents that I could probably wallpaper my house with at this point that dropped all on the 5th, I think it was. And the venue change and all that stuff. It's gonna be a whole thing that we're gonna have to do. So that's probably gonna happen early tomorrow afternoon. Let's see. Yeah, 100%, Paula. 100%. I don't think I had anything else other than the manhunt. Elijah. There was something else, though. I can't think of what the hell it was. 1 second here. There definitely was. Oh, yeah, of course. 1 second. I had people asking me about this, sending me emails. So I will show you this and one other piece, I think, real quick on this. It was, JC. We were talking about Elijah Vu. Yes, ma'am.
Protection speaks for itself. It's pretty plain in its language, but it covers what it doesn't cover. In full disclosure, I met with counsel for Ms. Griffin for the state of Tennessee and for the Bowersox and Ms. Proudfoot in Chambers before coming out. The parties have asked this court to set this matter to a hearing date separately than from today. The order of protection speaks for itself.
You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you. So, yes. Oh, wait. Maybe this is better. Yeah, this one's better. My apologies. I had 2 of them downloaded or 3 of them downloaded, but this is the answer. All the emails I got today, because I did see it, but I haven't been paying attention to it because I truly don't care. But if there was something she did wrong, then she needs to pay for that. I'll say that much. All right, here we go.
This was after.
What's that, hon?
This was after. What are you trying to? Are you trying to show the judge talking to her?
Yeah, this was after.
Yeah, that's like what as they were walking out.
Oh, okay. Well, then I didn't download the right thing. But where are they all still sitting in there? Okay. Well, like I said, from my understanding, it was reset for October 10th.
October 9th? The 10th.
Yeah, October 10th. Thank you, bud. And they're gonna have the full deal scenario. I'm surprised she showed up, but I'm sure she probably was told if she didn't, she would go to jail. So
it would continue to October 10th. Because they wanted to hold all of it together is what my understanding was, why it was continued.
Ah, that makes sense. Let me see here real quick. My apologies. I thought I had downloaded the right thing. All right, I'll show you this. At least it's a clip to prove this and that. I did follow up on it, but I didn't jump into it. Like, I haven't been paying that much attention because, like I said,
And a missing boy's parents appearing in court today, but it did not bring them any closer to finding their son. Sebastian Rogers disappeared from Hendersonville back in February. His family was in the courtroom today for a YouTuber accused of harassing and stalking Sebastian's mother and step-grandparents. Now, an order of protection banned Andra Griffin, who's also known as Bullhorn Betty, from having any sort of contact with the family, directly or indirectly. Court documents also claim she violated that. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry was in the Sumner County courtroom to try to get both sides of this story.
Sebastian Rogers' mother, stepfather, and step-grandparents have largely remained out of the.
Before I go forward with this, can I tell you guys how disgusted with this I am? We just saw the parents from both sides, the groups of people from both sides. There should be none of this, you guys, in my opinion. There should be none of this, because the one person that should be in the middle of this is the one that's not being paid attention to, in my opinion. That's Sebastian. This is absolute bullshit. I've never seen anything like this in my life, ever. And it's so disgusting to me. I just got to say, I wanted to say that before we watch this is all I'm doing. So my apologies.
The media, but they claim Bullhorn Betty has stalked and harassed them. The courtroom was split today into two sides. The YouTuber and Sebastian's father, Seth, sat on one side. His mom, Katie, stepfather, Chris, and step-grandparents were on the other side. Court documents claim Bullhorn Betty violated the order of protection by mentioning the family on a live stream. The brief hearing ended with the judge saying the matters would be heard on October 10th. Seth Rogers tells me it was frustrating to sit in a courtroom while his son is still missing.
It is extremely frustrating that I have to come here to support somebody, which I don't mind coming here to support somebody that's supporting.
There's the problem, is that it didn't have to happen. That's my opinion, but you didn't have to do that. You could have stayed out of all of that, in my opinion, because that's what I would have done. I wouldn't have gotten involved in any of that. I would have had no time if my child was missing to get involved in any of this bullshit. But okay, sir, I'll just say that. 100% brutally, 100%.
My goal of finding my son, but the fact that I have to come here because four people, want to put restraining order against somebody who's just trying to find my son, and yet Sebastian is supposed to be her son as well.
Seth added that he believes Andra is only exercising her First Amendment right and has not done anything illegal. I also spoke with Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, who says he has no comment at this time. In Gallatin, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Absolutely unbelievable, you guys. Absolutely. Yeah, Tomboy, I agree. Even as much as I don't like the creature, I can't stand her. If we were going through something like this, we would be in this together. I wouldn't be trying to sue her. She wouldn't be trying to sue me. It wouldn't be. This is so stupid. Because again, guys, one big question: where the hell is Sebastian? Can anybody answer that question, or are they too busy worried about what is going on with Bullhorn Betty and Tony and this and that? I mean, this is so sickening to me, you guys. 100% sickening to me. That's all I can say about it. And that's all I'm going to show. Unless she gets, if she gets charged with something later on, I'll show that. But I'm not going to get into all of that stuff. I've stayed away from it for a reason. Because it's a joke. It's disgusting. And again, it doesn't relate to Sebastian at all. None of it does. So that's, again, my opinion. And I'm sure people are going to disagree with me. That's okay. Absolutely. Mom, Arctic, any comments on any of that at all?
I don't disagree with you.
I can't.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you at all. I find it disgusting and it's just infuriating. And I agree with Tomboy. Your child is missing. The mother of your child is sitting in court. But by all means, don't support the mother of your child. Let's sit with a dirtbag YouTuber and a fake PR guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to go.
And not only that, let's go on our channel and sit in our kitchen and just talk the nastiest shit we can come up with about the mother of a missing child. And the whole thing just freaking infuriates the hell out of me. And she thinks she's bigger than the law and she's got all these skills and she knows all this stuff. And, I'm sorry, you're not respected in your own community. You're not respected. And I mean like physical living community. You're not respected in the YouTube community. You're not respected in the missing community. For Christ's sake, get a hobby. Take up finger painting. Something. I mean, I'm trying to stay on that level. Finger painting, Legos, something along those lines. Just get the hell away from missing cases, because I have nothing for her. And it's not a secret. I'm blocked on Twitter. I'm probably blocked on here. I don't know. I don't go in her chats, but no, it's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Some of her thumbnails just make me want to go through my computer And she's not the only one. These other people that are trying to make their 5 minutes of fame off this kid, it just makes me sick. And
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Sebastian's case basically looked at Summers and said, "You thought you were bad? Hold my beer." I
Thank
mean,
you. Thank you.
it's absolutely insanity, and all of these tragedy pimps, Bullhorn Betty, Terry Lynn, the whole works of them out there running their mouths, creating drama, and we should not at any point be surprised that Seth's got his butt right smack dab in the middle of it. Shouldn't surprise us. He's been that way since day one. He's the one that pulled these motherfuckers into this case. Everyone he's pulled in has been a fucking dumpster fire, and he pushes the good people away.
Yep, I said that the other day when we were doing this. Anybody that had any kind of credentials that could do something positive to bring their talents to this case was ran off as soon as they brought Tony Matheson. Every one of them. And don't tell me that that's coincidental, because it's bullshit. I think that was a stipulation for Tony to come on board. Get rid of everybody else, and it's just going to be me. Just saying. And Tony Mathis, Mom said the day that we spoke his name, in here, guys, the first time we met him, Mom said that man should not be anywhere near a missing child case. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to be nothing but bullshit. And guess what? Here we sit. Months later, she was 152% right. Nothing but bullshit. Even before Tony, it was garbage. Anybody that came into this case that had any kind of credentials, any kind of a background in doing what they knew how to do, they were ran off like you wouldn't believe. For what reason? Nobody knows. I have my thoughts.
Or ran through the mud, or, like Nancy. Nancy had, open platform, had both sets of parents on. And what do people do? They sit and rip the interview apart and try to turn it into something that they're not. Have we seen them on there again? No. And then she went on patrol. And it was like, you had a couple of people talk about it, and then really nobody said anything about it. It was an excellent interview. She went on there. She talked about what he liked. And, and that's what a lot of us were wanting to hear, is about Sebastian, not the drama, not the YouTubers, not, it blows my mind. You have thousands of people that show up to these motorcycle rides and stuff. Where's the rest of the support? Why are you not out searching? This is your home. This is your hometown. And sitting in your car in a parking lot and talking shit into your phone is not advocating for a missing child.
Nope.
Sitting in your kitchen or on your big fluffy bed is not advocating for a child. You're not searching from your fucking car.
No, not at all.
Talking shit. That's not helping. All it does is brings in that revenue. Bring in them super chat.
We are almost 7 months into this, you guys. 7 months. And just like I said the other day when we covered this, guess what? Not one person can tell anybody where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is. From what we know, what we've seen, not one person can do it.
No, and brutally honest, I'm not blaming just Seth. You're right. JLR, Dolly. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, but I'm not going to sit here and shout them out. You guys know as well as I do who all caused so much chaos in this case in the beginning, instead of helping.
It doesn't make any sense to me. It's never going to. I've never seen anything like this in my life on a missing case, child or adult, ever. I spent days and hours trying to figure out what could have happened to him. Different speculative theories on this and that, hoping that maybe something would click, something would fall into place, making people understand what we were being told, the facts that we were getting, even talking about some of the shit that I didn't believe was factual information to see if it made any sense. None of it made any sense, and that's why I walked away from it at that point, because there's nothing else that could be done other than what I'm doing right now, is by saying his name and showing his face, because that's truly, what else is there to do, you guys? I can tell you one thing there isn't to do is to go sit in a fucking courtroom and point fingers at each other about this one did this and that one did that. Are you serious? That is the one thing none of you should be doing, because that's more time being wasted on not finding this child. That's all anybody wants to do. It's sickening to me. God damn it. I'm sorry, but just to look at that video of them all sitting there made me sick. Because where's he at? Who's looking at him in that courtroom? None of them people. They're looking at some woman on the internet that doesn't care about shit that she talks about unless it helps her some way. That's all she cares about is her. Again, my apologies, but this is who we're supposed to be talking about. This is who they should be talking about in that damn courtroom. And nobody's doing it anymore. And hasn't been for, maybe what, 5 months? 1 full month, I can remember that it was nothing but Sebastian. That was great. That wasn't good enough. So now here we are with this. I'm sorry I get so angry about this, you guys, but you know how I feel about this case. And I can't anymore with this shit. I can't. I don't understand it.
You don't have to apologize to me. I'm sure Arctic feels the same way and probably does this chat because we've all been here together. We've all watched all this unfold. And the one person that's gotten forgotten in all this drama is the little boy on your screen.
Absolutely. Now, I will say the one good thing to come of this, if Katie, Chris, and the Bowersox are successful, is that it may put a stop in other cases from them turning into such a shit show.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I pray to God it does. I pray to God it does. And if anything else, if not just in Tennessee, that others look at this and go, no way, no way, no way. Other people, God forbid this happens to others, and we know it will, whose children go missing. I hope to God they see this and step back and go, nah, this is not happening. We're going to be looking for my child and none of this other shit. And I don't think that other people will be, and I pray to God they won't be as stupid as the people have been in this case to do these things. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be degrading to any of the parents or anything like that. The people that have been brought in based on the bad decisions made, those decisions are what I'm talking about, and the stupidity and the dumb shit that has repeatedly been thrown out over this in this child's name.
And I'm still not entirely convinced that Seth wasn't behind the Nina interview with Trev Time. I mean, it's a very Seth thing to do, so.
I swear to God he was, bro. That's all I can say. In my opinion, I swear he was. I think that was way too convenient to me. Sorry.
Yeah, because Trev Time didn't pull that woman out of his hind end.
No, he didn't. He even said, he said that's how that they met. So I'll just leave that at that. You figure it out from there, everybody. Okay. I forgot about that for a while. Big old mess. Nothing but a big old mess. And once again, lost in the mix. This awesome young man right here. And all I think every single day, and I'm not lying, guys, every day I wake up, I think about him at least once a day. Before I go to bed, I think about him at least once a day. And don't get me wrong, I think about all of the missing children and that we've all looked at, that we talk about, and others that I know that are out there. But this child is in my heart and has been for 6 months now. Okay. I can't detach from that completely. I just can't.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain cases that stick with you, and Sebastian, Summer, those cases have really stuck. I think it's in part because I have had to go back and correct misinformation that others have put out. I have had to try to advocate to make sure that the correct information's out there. And so those cases, they really stick with you. Now, in fact, when I did my live today, I made sure I showed Summer's flyer in the live stream that I did, because, again, she's been missing for over 3 years at this point, and there has not been anything. The TBI has been crickets in her case for over a year.
I don't understand that either. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful about TBI. I have my own thoughts, and I'm just going to say that. Okay. I'm not downing them. I'm not saying they're not doing their job. I just have thoughts that I'm not happy with. I'll just put it that way. Because there's too many of these cases Summer's case was a big deal, guys. I covered all of that. Like Arctic just said, 3 years with nothing. I just don't understand this anymore. I don't know. I may be overreacting and I may be acting out in some sense. I get so damn mad. I just want to snap my fingers and fix this for this child right now. I want to make sure that he's healthy and that he's happy, and to be able to see this smile on him in person. You know, to see little Summer running around the yard, playing on her swing again. I want, with all these cases, that's what I think about all the time. And it just doesn't happen. And it's so disheartening. It's not even funny. But once again, if we don't do it, like Arctic doesn't do what he did today, Mom doesn't do what she does every other day or every day, every now and again, the things when I come and talk about this stuff, who's going to do it? Not the people that are sitting in that courtroom. That's not the one that's on there for the hearing. She's done nothing but cause drama, and she hadn't even been involved in this case for what, a month, maybe 2. And it was immediate drama when she showed up. It was immediate drama when Tony Mathis got involved. Immediate. The day of, there was instantly drama that came out. Within a couple of days, this idiot's telling people to go attack the other parents. That's not how you find a child that's missing. I'm sorry. None of this is how you do that. And I will come out here every damn day if I need to talk about how stupid it is and show his face the way it's supposed to be shown. I don't care. I think so, Moonlit. I think she was only there for the summer, and she may have gone home, I believe, because school started up again. I can't be 100% on that. So, again, my apologies for flipping out, but damn. When is it going to be enough? That's all I can say.
There's no apologies necessary to anyone here. I think Mom would feel the same way. I think most in the chat would feel the same way. We're all frustrated. We're all heated. We've all had it up to 1,000 feet in the air with all the shittery and fuckery that's gone on in Sebastian's case. It's time to put him back front and center.
Yep. Nope. I totally agree. Totally agree with you. I have a strong opinion about all these morons.
Yeah. And listen, guys, if you don't do anything on your social media accounts on a daily basis, take this poster and just send it somewhere. Send it to throughout another one of your accounts somewhere. Just show it. That's all. That's all we can do. That's truly all we can do, and wait to see if we hear anything. And pray and hope. And make sure that people know that idiot and everything that surrounds that scenario is what it is. Absolute bullshit. And it has nothing to do with this child right here. So those are the only things we can do. My thing with Summer is they said the dogs went to the end of the road stop. She could have been picked up. Her parents have said and done some pretty bad stuff, though. I agree.
Yeah,
I do.
I mean, those parents are never going to be parents of the year. That's for goddamn sure. And they didn't take the best care of their kids. Doesn't mean they did anything this summer. There's several better suspects in that neighborhood in my book.
Yeah, we're very close in that neighborhood.
People that lived in that house over time.
Who knows who's been in and out of that house? I remember multiple different people. I don't think they even know who all's been in that house, to be honest with you. And like Arctic said, they're obviously not parents of the year. They lost their kids shortly thereafter. Summer went missing, and they've never gotten them back. Well, that says something to you right there. And previously had lost other children too. So, I mean, yeah. But again, like Arctic said, that doesn't mean they did something to her specifically, okay? It could have just been a conglomeration of everything came together at one time. But there are people that surround that entire property, guys, that definitely should have been looked at more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times in that case. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I've had two scenarios float around in my head. I've mentioned the Jody Sue and her son scenario, but the other scenario is that Candace has a sister that went missing, Rose Bly, and she had been going through an abusive situation when she went missing with the one that she was with. What if Grandis had gotten her out of that situation? We know that Summer wasn't having the best life. She was going through a bunch of shit, a lot of turmoil at the house. What if Grandis took care of that situation too? What if Rose and Summer are together? That's a very far-fetched tinfoil hat theory, but it's something that's crossed my mind.
That would be amazing as far as I'm concerned, Arctic. It really would. Yeah, it would definitely. Take care, Brian. Thank you for joining us. Of course, Paula. Everybody is allowed to disagree. Siggy, yes, that's why we're here. We can all agree to disagree and shake hands and walk away as still community members, friends, and family. And at the end of the day, that's how we do things because we're all adults. Just that's facts. What? No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. Oh, you like I said, you've done missed all the deets. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Her name got put out there, and I've not shared her name. Not going to share the post that has her name on it. His ex-wife's names got put out there, but before his ex-wife name got put out there, not even the police officer would put her name out there. Jonathan has took it upon himself to call this woman. I was not in his live because I don't watch him, but I'm assuming it was done live from what I've heard through the grapevines and the trees. And the woman was extremely upset.
Of course she is.
He called her, and blows
I'm
my
sure
mind.
he asked
Once
all the dumb questions that he likes to ask people. I'm sure came out too. Did you know your son was going to do this? Did he act like
I'm
this?
not sure what all he got out before she hung up on his ass.
Stupid ass. What an idiot. Like, why does he push things like this? I just don't get it.
He
Well, yeah.
has zero humanity or taste, in my opinion. I just
I always hoped that Magnolia would have stopped him from doing this dumb shit by now, but I guess can't control everything. God,
you might not be able to control it, but I damn sure wouldn't be seen on panel with him. And I'd probably rethink my relationship if I was with somebody that's so down low, so low that not only are you a mother and your son has just did what he did to people, you get called by some YouTuber that this woman probably doesn't even watch fucking YouTube. You know what I mean?
No, I agree.
Probably had no clue who this crazy man was that got a hold of her phone number and called her.
Wow.
And I think a lot of what's, and just one more point on that is there, I believe Paula can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was one person that was from Kentucky and everybody else that was injured was from out of state, so it's like, I don't understand, which I think really honestly, just because I've been combing every piece of information that I can find, one dirtbag I've seen covering this. Everybody else are either channels I've never heard of or locals. Like, all right, say Crystal covered it. I seen her live. She was live for a couple hours, wasn't she, Arctic, the other night?
Yeah, because she's living through it. It's right in her community.
Yeah.
So, and she was trying to correct some of the misinformation that was coming out at the time. So,
right.
And then Bobby was on panel with us the other night. Crime with Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Me and him have talked for, I don't know, like 3.5, 4 years now on Twitter. And, he lives there too. Like, he literally was listening to the sirens. You could hear the sirens on his live. Like,
well, I definitely will be covering this now that I'm back out here on this. I wish I could have been here the day it started. I'm sorry that I wasn't, but I will.
Oh, yeah. And Paula gets kudos. I remember seeing it now in Discord. So Paula gets kudos because apparently she told JLR about himself in that live. Did you not, ma'am?
Good for you, Miss Paula. Good. That's insane.
And according to his hat, JLR's the media.
Yeah, bullshit.
Oh, he's a horse's ass.
I'm surprised that he didn't call any of the victims' families and ask them questions, because that's just his style. That's the shit that he does. I swear to God, I don't even know what to do with him anymore, because on one hand, sometimes he does something that seems like he's doing something good, and then he turns around and does something like that. I mean, I'm not a fan, but he does put out at some point decent material on certain cases. But what the hell, dude? What is wrong with you? Jesus Christ, of all things to do, really? I'm sure this woman's
I
completely
literally
distraught.
give him this much benefit of a doubt, this much,
Mm-hmm.
and try really hard to appreciate him.
Yep.
And then he just flips and he's back to his old shit again. And I can't have nothing to do with him. I can't have anything to do with him. I can't watch him. I can't even stand the sound of his voice at this point. Like, he pisses me off so bad.
Every time, I'm the same way. Every time I see him do something, I'm like, oh, well, that was decent. That was a decent job, Jonathan. You did a good job. And then the next thing he does, it's like, what is that one attaboy, don't fix 35. What the hell you doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even creators as sleazy as Benny Keys would occasionally do something good and bring the drones out his drone out to try to help find a missing child. But that doesn't account for all the rest of his bullshit and fuckery that he did in all the cases that he stuck his nose in.
Especially in Summer's case, for sure. That case was that was a shame, a crying shame, what he and everybody else that got, including the person we just saw sitting in a courtroom, did. I mean, that's all they've done. I don't get it. Well, I mean, I get it. I understand why they do it. But you know what? Is it that serious for you to get those views? Is it really that serious to throw shame on the name of this child or that child? I mean, it's insane. It just is. Good for you, Paul. I'm proud of you. I'm sure he doesn't give a shit. I'm sure he gets that stuff said to him all the time. He just ignores it. He thinks he's fine. Thinks he's okay. You don't do that.
Do I listen to JLR, Siggy? No, I don't listen to JLR. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, no.
It's hard. It's hard. Sometimes I'll have something good on a case that I want to review, and I kind of force myself to, but I'm the same way you are with it.
No, I can't listen to him. Like, I tried real hard to support him. I really did. Like, I really tried hard to support him, because sometimes he does slip up and do some good shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I even met him. I've met him in person. Like, I know that's not allowed, and I'm not trying to get any kind of pat on the back for the fact that I've met him in person. I walked up behind him and said, Jonathan, and watched him jump and spin around and look at me. Mm-hmm. And he was like, I know you. And I was like, well, yeah, I'm sure you do. I know you too. But, he wants to be a child about shit because people have their opinion. I mean, you're going to sit on your panel and call the mother of a suspect that just shot a bunch of people on the interstate, have big enough cojones to take a little bit of criticism, but you can't. You want to block
Mom,
people.
In fairness, this is the same piece of shit that impersonated a family member in the Sandy Hook shooting. So should we really even be surprised?
Yeah, agreed.
No, I'm not. I'm honestly not surprised. And you know what's so damn sad, when this all happened, in between, messaging family and looking for updates and news reports, and had, I've got literally had both laptops going, all 4 screens, my phone, the whole 9 yards, looking for information and talking to family. All I could think in the back of my mind was, oh my God, don't let him go up there. Please don't go up there. And lo and behold, he didn't even have to go up there. He just sits down here at his house and just makes a mockery of, he just pisses me off to no end.
Agreed. But Mom,
and I don't know enough about Magnolia to give 2 shits about her, but I won't sit up here and say I'm not petty. I blocked her ass on Twitter. You're not going to come and lurk in my bushes, not under your real account.
I just always hoped that since they got together, she seemed, because I've watched some of her stuff, that maybe she could make a difference, but I guess not. Wait a minute. There's another active shooter in Kentucky on the highway. What?
Where?
Mel's got it live right now. Hold on.
What the hell?
Where in Kentucky?
We're aware of an apparent
Who
shooting
said
incident near Love's truck stop in Horse Cave, Hart County.
Horse Cave.
We're working to get confirmation.
Paula, is Horse Cave headed towards the western side? Am I on the right highway? Is that the Daniel Boone Parkway or the Bluegrass Parkway?
Who would be live, Mom, on news right now with that in that area?
WKYT, Lex 18. Oh my God.
Tomboy's probably got the scanner running.
I didn't mean that blasphemous.
You're okay. You're
Hang on.
okay. You're okay. Damn it. Fuck. Let me see here. Is it the same guy? WKYT live.
She said Horse Cave, Paula. Is Horse Cave set to the western side, isn't it? I thought that was on the other side of Mammoth. Let me look.
I'm pulling it up right now.
For some reason, Bowling Green.
Bowling Green?
Yeah, Bowling
For some
Green is
reason,
his
that's what's
active
going through my-
shooter. Active shooter on North Turnpike and L in Munford, Kentucky.
I'm looking
Yep,
right
that's what
now.
I was thinking. That's Mammoth Cave area.
At the Love's truck stop.
Well, I mean, this is on I-65. So if you're in eastern Kentucky, you're going to take, they keep changing the damn names of the highways. It used to be called the Western Kentucky Parkway, and then they put in 840. So you can take 840 to the Daniel Boone Parkway, and it takes you to Purchase Parkway, which I think they changed. It might not even be Purchase Parkway anymore, and then Bluegrass Parkway. And then once you get out of the parkways, then you hit I-65, which I-65 takes you from Kentucky down through Millersville on the interstate, like not Hendersonville. I'm talking the interstate side. You come down the ridge, you go down Millersville, and and all that. It takes you into Nashville. But before you go through there, you go through Bowling Green.
I can't find anything but this stupid debate right now. Wait, what was that? Hold on. She said she's not familiar with it now. Mom, this shooting was earlier, unrelated to the current manhunt. One deceased and one in custody. Jesus Christ, are you serious?
Yeah, that's.
Oh my God, please, enough already.
Yep, this is like you're headed to the western side. Let me check Twitter.
I'm looking right now. Igdid Mel had it live on his show. Where was that at again?
Horse Cave. North of
Cave.
Glasgow. Yeah, that like well, see, I don't just mess around over there on that side. So if you're traveling, you come down the parkways and then you take the parkways to 65. And it's like it's Glasgow, and then there's another little bitty town over there. Oh, I can't think of the name of it. My brain just went mush.
Hart County, Tuesday evening. Police presence noted. Okay, hold on. I think I found it. If this will work. This is developing. Post 3 in Bowling Green confirmed. WB troopers apprehended a man following absent after 9 p.m. So that was just an hour ago. Or at least here it was. Why won't this come on? Come on now. Hold on, you guys. Nope, that's different. That's the old one. What the hell is the deal with this?
Okay, the comments say Kentucky State Police just posted it. Let me see if I can find it. There you go.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm still looking this way. All I got so far is Kentucky State Police have taken a man into custody after an incident in Hart County on Tuesday evening. A heavy police presence was noted around Love's truck stop in Horse Cave just after 9 p.m. Are you an hour behind me or an hour ahead of me, Mom? Or it's Kentucky, I'm sorry.
That side, once you get over to that side, going to be in Central Time.
Somebody else.
Because it changes at, it's where the damn whiskey plant is. The time changes if you're on the back roads going from the London area to E-Town.
I see that one, Tomboy.
Boonesville, I believe is what it. Is it Boonesville or Boonestown? It's where the damn whiskey factory is. I know that's a horrible analogy to use, but
thank you, Arctic. And yeah, I see Mel's got it, but I can't play his stuff. That's not fair, especially while he's live. I'm just trying to find any kind of an update, news live, or anything on it to show, to show you guys. But it's Public Affairs Officer Catan Parker was not able to provide additional details about the incident. This is developing.
Town would be closer to London.
That's right there then. And there's a video, but it won't play.
Yeah, I think Boonesville. Hang on, I'll tell you what. Yeah, E-Town is Elizabethtown.
What is going on in Kentucky? Jesus. I wonder if it's related by any... I mean, like, not related as in the same person, but is this a copycat scenario? Is it something that... I don't know. That was updated 7 minutes ago. Is there another news source out there, Mom, that might have it that they don't? Hold on. Western Kentucky Central Time. Okay. Thank you, Tomboy. Hold on.
Right now at Macy's, it's the perfect time. Dresses and easy lightweight layers like blazers, cardigans, and jackets. And Macy's has great deals on fall updates for every room in your home, like warm bedding and kitchen essentials. Plus, download the app for exclusive savings, inspiration, and more today at Macy's.
Copy out, Caverna.
Caverna 2203.
Can you guys hear that?
Mm-hmm.
An hour from Tennessee. Abilene. Maybe KTY. WLEX.
Yeah, I've got many on video chat. He said WKLY.
I'm sending it to your phone.
What's up, buddy? God, people in Kentucky are probably petrified right now. That'd be Louisville, wouldn't it?
The arrest of the I-75 shooter. After 4 days of searching, deputies say they still have no reason to believe that Joseph Couch has left the area. WLKY's Jamie Mays was.
This is what came up. Hold on. Let me turn this down a little bit.
Was in Laurel County today.
Or helicopters, drones, and technology to find him.
But at this time, there's nothing that we have came up with to say Mr. Couch has left those woods. There's nothing to say he's got in a car. There's so many people that's got eyes on this investigation around the world that by now we should have got a pretty good tip that he has exited the woods. We have not got that.
And some neighbors like Jenny Johnson, who lives near the search area, say she's on edge.
I'm still feeling scared because, I live in the woods down here off of 80 towards Somerset, and all the surrounding areas is right around me where they're looking for him at, and I'm scared to go outside at night.
Law enforcement says they're remaining confident Couch will be found and the search will come to an end.
I hope he doesn't have water. I hope he doesn't have food, and I hope he's wore out, and eventually he'll walk out of them woods.
Jamie Mays, WLKY News.
Remember, you can stay up to date on the search for the I-75 shooter anytime on our website. We have complete coverage online right now at WLKY.com and on our free mobile app. Closer to home, a man arrested for a deadly car crash makes his first court appearance. Paul Henninger is charged with
Good evening. I'm Megan May.
Good evening, I'm Megan Mannering.
And I'm Larry Smith. Tonight, an LEX 18 investigates on police accountability. In 2021, Kentucky enacted a new law meant to help weed out bad. Good evening, I'm Larry Smith.
And I make up a property in the small.
What she found out.
Centerville, with a population of.
Nope. I wonder if I do this, we'll get something. It's not there. This is an hour ago, but they're not. Wait a minute. Maybe this is it. Maybe. Hold on.
Police body camera footage that captures the moments following an attempted carjacking. And we say good evening. We welcome you to WKYT News at 10. I'm Bill Bryant. Amber worked an earlier shift today. We're feeling another cool September night out there. It's very comfortable. We are in for some changes. We know that. It's by the end of the week. Let's check in right now with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Chris Bailey.
Yes, Mittens, I did.
Hi, Bill. Indeed, this weather, phenomenal yet again. Goodness gracious, September. You are treating us very, very across the western part of the world. We'll look at a brand new
in southeastern Kentucky on edge, prompting school districts to close their
for tomorrow. But many families we've been speaking to today as well, the same an extra precaution.
Throughs only in Knox County in February and charged him with terroristic threatening. It came after his neighbor swore out a warrant about it. Police. Due to the search, we of course do not know how long these trails will be closed. The watch
policies, he believed both inflation.
Nope, there's nothing other than the article. I guess they didn't get there fast enough to get anything on it. Did you say that Minnie was sending you something, Mom? Did you get anything on it, or?
No, he was on my video chat. He's building a computer.
Because he knows what he's doing. Supercomputer. Let's see. Did Mel?
He wanted to come up. I told him I couldn't send him a link.
Oh, he's welcome to join us. I'm only going to be here for a few minutes, but unless I find this, of course. Okay, so this is all I had seen initially when I showed that, and then Arctic stated what he stated as well, because he got the info. I hate doing this. This is off of Mel's stream. We're aware of an apparent shooting incident near Love's Truck Stop in Horse Cave, Hart County. We're working to get confirmation. We've not heard from Kentucky State Police or Hart County Sheriff's Office yet. If you're in the area, use caution. So that's what Mel had put up. I can't imagine what the hell Kentucky State Police are going through right now, dealing with that and the couch situation. Are you serious? And it's not. Bobby said that it was separate, and what I read was separate too. So, see, that's all old stuff. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. I'll keep up on it to see if I can find anything at some point. If anything, I mean, it's dealt with from they have them in custody and all that, but still, people going crazy in Kentucky this week. Jeez.
Yeah, I think Bowling Green is probably going to be the biggest city that's close to there, so I would watch their news.
I want to know what the hell the Colonel's putting in that chicken right now.
Dude.
Bowling Green. One month ago. This is weird. This is very weird. I'm going to show you guys this, but this is strange to me. This came out a month ago from July 16th through 18th. Watch this. Now, it's just coincidental, obviously, but tell me it's not strange. Hold on a minute.
And first responders across multiple agencies are coming together this week in Bowling Green to participate in their annual active shooter drill. Bowling Green Police Department, Warren County Sheriff's Office, BG Fire Department, Kentucky State Police, WKU Police, and Med Center Emergency Services all participated in the event where the agencies played out a scenario where an active shooter has entered a school.
We hope it never happens, but I'll tell you, we want to be ready if it does. But something that is of the utmost importance is that the other agencies and our agency all work together very well so that we can respond to the situation as quickly and effectively and efficiently as we can in order to help those in need.
Active shooter drills will continue in the area around St. Joseph's School through July 18th.
You need to lock.
That's just wild to me that they just did training on that and now this happens. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why the hell I didn't go to Facebook.
Oh, did you find it?
It found it. It's screenshots the active shooter, and then he's in custody, and it happened right outside the Southern Comfort RV Park.
It says one deceased, and they're not releasing that. Obviously, they shouldn't, and they don't have his name released either, probably because it just happened. So,
no, his name's been released. Let's see.
Oh wow, already?
Yeah, let's see. What's going on in Kentucky? Another active shooting in the last 30 minutes around Bowling Green. Shooter has been apprehended and in custody. Nicholas Noyes, the shooter for Hart County, is in custody. Joseph Couch still at large near London, Kentucky. Keep your doors locked.
How do you spell this guy's last name? Nicholas what?
Noyes. Noise.
Oh. Okay. I wonder if
My
this
fine gentleman, I've got to go to bed, and I have to work in the morning. I won't be worth two shits.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. As always, I appreciate it. If you hear anything or anything, let me know.
Yeah, same.
100%. I will definitely do
Listen
that.
to your text me. Let me know what's going on. Good night, Arctic.
Night. You have a good night.
You too. Good night, chat. Y'all be good. Make good choices.
Thanks, Mom. Let me see if this pops up. Oh, wow. There it is. Okay. Nicholas Noyes has been arrested. See, here's the thing, though, Arctic. People are posting this like this was related to it. Nicholas Noyes has been arrested, the second shooter. That comes off like it's...
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't either, because that's going to be by tomorrow morning. That's going to be what that's going to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they've already said that this is not related. So, and I can't find him. I was just trying to see if we could find him, but oh wait, it's already highlighted in red. That's not him. I don't know what that even means. Well, nothing yet. I'll follow up with it and do the best I can. All right, guys. Well, they probably definitely shouldn't release any victims' names on that, Paula, obviously, till family knows and whatnot. You know how that goes, so. All right, everybody. Well, I think that's probably going to do it for tonight. Like I said, tomorrow I'm going to try to do a whole show about what's going on in Idaho. That way it's everything and we don't miss anything and we can cover it all. I just wanted to get updates on everything that I've missed over the past couple of days and put that out there from this side of things. So I appreciate you guys being here 100%. Arctic, I really appreciate you joining me, bud, as always.
Oh, anytime. You have a great night. I will be here for your Idaho 4 tomorrow, but I won't be able to contribute because that's one case that I've stayed away from.
No, I understand. Appreciate the support wholeheartedly, and I thank you very much.
Good night.
Yes, sir. Have a great night. And everybody in the chat, thank you all so very much for joining me. I appreciate you as always. I missed you all very much. And I hope you all have an amazing night. Like I said, tomorrow I will be here covering the Idaho scenario just to get everybody up to date on what's going on. The venue change, the document stuff, and everything that happened with that. So if I hear anything crazy going on tonight, if I'm not sleeping and it's, in the manhunt scenario, I probably will go live if I'm awake. Can't promise anything because I've been sleeping a little bit more lately because I hadn't been. But if I do, I will. You'll see me. And if not, other than that, I will see you guys all tomorrow. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your night. I appreciate everybody. Blue Crew, thank you so much for everything you do. And I will talk to you all very, very soon. Much love to you all. Good night and God bless. Bye, folks.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Rise are streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand. fighting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls out the strength.